The Toronto Raptors blowout the Detroit Pistons. They shatter the previous franchise record for assists in a game. Is this team for real? Is it just the team that you played tonight? Is it because the Pistons are so bad, the losers of 10 straight coming in? Or is it something that the Raptors can actually build on? I think this game had a lot more to do with how the Raptors played than who they played. So we're going to talk about it. Make sure to hit like, make sure to hit subscribe. I apologize in advance. I'm a little bit tired. I haven't slept for about 25 hours, but we're going to do this because this was a joy to watch as a Raptor fan from pretty much the jump. It was pretty much from the first possession, second possession. I was like, oh, haven't seen that before. Oh, haven't seen that before. Oh my God, is that happening now? It was great. I promise you, this was not just you beat up on a bad team. You played professionally, you played hard, and I hope the Raptors can build on this. This is a call-in show. If you got something to say, if you got something good to say, call in. If you got something not good to say, you can call in too. It's not some kumbaya thing, but I don't have a lot of bad things to say today. I think a lot of players played really well, bought into the offense, and I'm excited to see if the Raptors can build on this against Orlando. Let's hit that intro. All right. Okay, so I mean, box scores can be a little bit deceptive. I can tell you for sure this game was not won on the 23 points of Pascal Siakam. It was not won on the massive scoring outburst of Dennis Schroeder. It was a lot of really good things happening for the team as a whole. And I want to take you through it because these are individual players. Let's talk about the individual players who did what tonight, okay? So, first of all, from the Pistons side, I don't really like how they guarded Cade Cunningham. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I did not love it. I thought he was a little too comfortable for my own good, and honestly, it kind of scared me a couple times in the first quarter because I was like, man, don't let this guy get going. Because the Raptors come out, they kind of stomp him early, and then the Pistons go on that little run, and I'm like, oh no, what is this miraculous timeout that opposing teams get to call against us? And from that point on, it was just, I think that was like around the 7-minute mark of the game. And it was just pretty much over from there, wasn't it? So it was like, yeah, it was right around the 8-minute mark. And then the Raptors go on a massive run to end the first quarter. And then that second unit with Scotty and Grady, not Scotty and Grady, Grady was part of it for a bit. Scotty and the bench comes in, and man, that offense, you see that spike in offensive production. Their defensive intensity was incredible. Let's talk about some individual performances here. So OG Anunoby returns. Shooting hand, probably still struggling, but you don't need him to shoot very much tonight. He shoots 2 for 11 in his return. He sometimes is one of those guys who's going to shoot. I thought he played a brilliant game. For someone who was 2 for 11, man, I thought you felt him. You felt him in a lot of different places. He drew the assignment of Cade Cunningham. I thought he was a little bit too loose with him personally, but yeah, I thought it was a good, valiant effort. Really good to see him back. I think it really helps you because you don't have to go so deep into your bench. And we'll talk about some lineup data and rotations because the reason I'm so tired is because I spent all night arguing with people on Twitter like a moron. And I will share with you a little bit of what I learned, what I think, what data I came across. Maybe I'll share it in this live, maybe I'll share it in another live, but let's continue to talk about this game. Jakob Poeltl was incredible. Incredible. I think I'm very tempted to say he's my player of the game. I think my player of the game is Scotty Barnes, not because I'm a homer, but because I think he just played such a brilliant overall floor game, and I thought he was such a cheerleader for their intensity. But Jakob Poeltl is a very, very close runner-up, right? Defensively, like 3 blocks, doesn't even begin to like his communication, his switching. He was great. Just really shut down the paint, and his cutting, his passing off the ball, like it was incredible. So I liked it. Dennis Schroeder, look at my face. I can't. No, man. No. Even today, I can't. Um, you want me to say good game because he shot 8 for 15 or whatever. I thought he held on to the ball too long. I think his shot selection is some of the worst shot selection I have ever seen in my life. He attacks like packed paint. He attacks without a plan. He attacks longer defenders. This is a player who doesn't know where he is on the basketball court at times. And I think he killed so many advantages for the team at times. Overall, not the worst game, not the best game. I just think this guy just really needs to get it in his head that he's not De'Aaron Fox. I wish he was De'Aaron Fox. I wish you were De'Aaron Fox, Dennis Schroeder. I wish you were, but you're not. And there's so many times he chose to just kind of call his own number. And sometimes it works, man, but you're playing the freaking Pistons and they're not rotating and they don't have Jalen Duren. And I get it, to his credit, he had a really tough defender on him for a lot of the night. And that is Asar Thompson, one of my favorite young players. And, he didn't seem too bothered by it. But I don't even think he knew who he was playing, right? Like, it's just crazy some of the shots this guy takes. And it's frustrating because I know at some point this season, like I can tell you definitively it already has, but I guarantee you it's going to continue to cost you. It's going to cost you wins if this guy doesn't see the advantage better. He's not a point guard. I'm going to keep telling you he's not a point guard. He's not a point guard. He's okay in the pick and roll. Like we did like a lot of analytics digging yesterday. Man, he is not a point guard. So yeah, he's going to struggle being a point guard. And maybe Darko has some secret sauce to turn him into one, but I haven't seen one so far. Chris Boucher, man, the second half, first stint, second half, like he was awesome. He was really awesome. I really like the energy from him. For the most part, he was the one guy for most of his minutes who didn't have an assist. That's so funny, but he didn't need one. And I really like the first 3 threes he hit more than the last one he attempted. He was 3 for 3, and then he attempted a crazy one. That's the thing with Chris Boucher, like it's so funny. Like I think like the first 14 minutes of his 18 minutes were like, oh my God, where is this Chris Boucher? I wish he comes every night. And then those last 4 minutes are like, ugh, God damn it. Why do you have to do this? Precious Achua was really good, man. Like really good. I'm noticing a lot of Precious Achua point Precious. Like, are they creating a point forward in this guy? Because Scotty gave it to him to initiate a lot. This is not the first time he's had like a lot of assists. It's kind of becoming his role. And Darko talked about this. So this could actually be a thing with him, right? Gary Trent Jr., man, I loved his game tonight. Like, I loved it. He was tough. He was like very gathered and very professional. Like, he was really good. Malachi, so-so, kind of so-so, not great. Like, there's a couple of times where he just kind of held on to the ball a little bit too long, just meandering, didn't push the advantage. So, not a great game for Malachi Flynn. Specifically to, Jalen McDaniels, Grady Dick, Ron Harper, there's really nothing to talk about here. Like, they were okay. Grady, I think, the game is just, it feels fast for him right now. I'm really, really happy he got that 3 to drop. Just kind of have something good to not be thinking about like, oh my God, I'm having the worst season of my life that I could ever imagine going into your birthday. So I was really happy for him that he got one to go, and he finishes his night with 5 points. Ron Harper, 4 minutes, -9. That's hard to do, man. That is hard to do. But, those lineups are terrible. And yeah, Jalen McDaniels, I mean, I think just out of the rotation, I guess. I don't know. What is happening with Otto Porter and Thaddeus Young? Good question. I have no idea. Now, the elephant in the room, Pascal Siakam. Oh man, I was on Twitter talking to so many people. I mean, I was just like going back and forth with Samson Folk about his whole like Pascal Siakam needs more post-ups thing. And I got into a lot of pointless arguments, man. A lot of pointless debates about this guy. And like the first, I think 2 plays in, I was like, whoa. Did Pascal Siakam just do that? Did he just cut without the basketball? Did he just cut back door? Did he just pass and cut away? Yo, did he just set a screen? I was so excited. I mean, what's funny is he's doing the most basic thing. And this is going to sound condescending. I was so excited when he was doing it without realizing what I was excited about. I was like, oh my God. I was like fanboying. I was like, oh my God, great job, Pascal. Like, this is amazing. And then I realized I'm rooting for a guy to do what basically 95% of players just instinctively do, which is when there's an open gap, you cut into space. When you get a teammate who's stuck, you give them a better angle to pass. This shit is so basic. And yet, because he hasn't done it all year, I was so genuinely shocked that he was doing it, A, and then he was letting the offense kind of come to him. We saw a lot of Pascal post-ups that did not go well, right? They did not go well. But what I saw, and I don't care about the post-ups. God, I can't with this guy, man. I can't. Not Pascal. My issue is not Pascal. My issue is Pascal fans. My issue is the media who want to push this guy as like sort of first option. Just shut up. Okay. I think he played really well tonight. Mainly in the start. Like the third quarter, whatever. I don't care. Like how he got his points, I don't care. You're gonna if you didn't watch this game, you're gonna assume he carried. He did not. He absolutely did not. But what he allowed to happen was beautiful. What he did was he played within the offense. He took easy shots. He hit a three. He provided proper spacing for his team. He, okay, fine. There's a couple of times where the ball was humming, and it gets to him and it gets disrupted again. But he looked like he was trying to do what he was supposed to do, possibly for the first time all season. So is this something that he's going to keep doing? Man, I hope so. Because to all the people out there who've been trying to tell me like this offense can't work, I'm just like, bro, he won't let it. And today he let it. And I just hope this is a sign that they had a conversation with him and he has bought in. There's so many reasons why you don't want to go away from the things that are working for you in today's offense. What was working for you was spacing. What was working for you was pace. What was working for you was transition, movement, and unpredictability. It was never clear moment to moment where the attack was going to come from. I mean, if you were a betting person, you were going to assume the attack was going to come from Dennis Schroeder taking a bad shot. But in most cases, it felt like the Raptors had options. They could have Gary coming off of a screen. They could have Scotty popping up in the corner. They could have Pascal going back door. They could have Jakob flashing to the post. This is how basketball is supposed to be played. Like, it's the most basic shit. And it's like, I lost my mind yesterday on Twitter. I'm just getting so angry at these people. And I'm just like, yo, man, like, and it's like, it was a waste. I wasted 8 hours of my life getting so pissed off at these people. And I have no idea why. I don't know why I did it. I have no idea. I'm so upset with myself. I am so upset with myself. These are kids, man. I'm 35 years old. I'm about to turn 36 next month. This is sports. This is not war. This is not the war, in Israel, in Palestine. This is not like, what am I doing? And I compromised sleep, and now I'm so tired. And it's so stupid because you're never going to convince these people. These guys are like, Scotty's a bust. Scotty's this, Scotty's that. Pascal's him. And it's just like, bro, like, what am I doing? Who am I trying to convince here? And then, then the Samson part of it gets sort of initiated because I got a little bit triggered because he had this whole thing about this vague Pascal critique. He's like, well, the Pascal critique is so vague because, the boxing out and the cutting. And it's just like, I felt like I was being gaslit again. I was just like, bro, I'm watching it. I'm watching this guy not do these things. And what's hilarious to me, and if you understand basketball, I think, you and I could talk for sure. And you can call in and you can tell me if I'm crazy. But did Jack Armstrong not say Pascal Siakam's moving so great without the ball today? And I'm just like, bro, he's not doing anything out of the world. He's not flying. He didn't, he doesn't have a red car. He doesn't have a magic carpet. You know what I mean? Like, you get what I'm saying, right? Like, he's not doing anything out of the ordinary. He's not doing anything like he's not hitting 18 threes or some shit like that. This is just a normal thing that basketball players do for other basketball players on their team. And the Raptors did it. And the first time, and honestly, you can go check my tweet storm. I'm not coming in and saying like, oh, I'm going to revisionist history this. From the opening jump, I was like, oh my God, this is totally different. Like, I think like 12 seconds into the game, I was like, this is different. And the first time they allow this to happen, they break the assist record. And I was just like, man, I feel so happy for Darko Rajakovic, man. But I feel sad for myself because I wasted time trying to convince people that this needed to happen, and then the very next minute it happens. So it's like, what the hell was the entire, you know what I mean? Nike saying you're at least tackling misinformation on Twitter. See, truth be told, dude, like, you're never going to convince people of something they're not willing to hold. At the end of the day, their favorite player is, so and so. They think this guy is like something that he's not. And I think that's just kind of how it is. But this is neither here nor there. Venting off Twitter. There were a couple of interesting things that came up on Twitter. So one of my favorite websites, which is Dunks and Threes, they released their estimated plus minus model first iteration today. And I was a little bit curious to see how Scotty would rank out on this because I did my own calculations and I've seen him pretty much consistently for the first 13 games now. I've seen him as roughly a top 10 player. But I didn't know if it was 12. I didn't know if it was 7. I didn't know how he would stack because I don't know how to calculate the defense as well. And the EPM rating puts him at 6th in the NBA. That's crazy. That's crazy. 6th in the NBA at age 22. Like, if I tell you the players ahead of him, like, go follow us on Twitter. Give us a follow on Twitter. You'll see what I'm talking about. It is absolutely insane. It's basically MVPs, all MVPs and future MVPs ahead of him. Man, this guy is doing something really special. Now, a lot of analytics work was done to defeat the Twitter trolls, which is the only part of that I'm happy about. Because in order to create great arguments against people who are, very dense, you have to defeat them with numbers because you've got to bring the argument to a place where they can't hang. And then the minute you bring it to numbers, they try to present you with their numbers, and their numbers are wrong, and their numbers are, they don't have the context for their numbers, so you win. And I don't know why I did this, but I'm so happy I did in one sense too. Like, I'm sad because I wasted my night and I'm so sleep deprived and so tired, but I'm kind of happy I did it because I learned a lot about this team while I was doing it. So I'll tell you what I've learned. It's not just about this team. Hey, Larry. Hello from Thailand. Just woke up and catching up on what happened in the game. Glad to watch you live. Larry, man, congratulations. I flashed a little bit of your accomplishment during the last live, but congratulations, man. Seriously an inspiration. To those who don't know, like, Larry is participating in a competition, and he finished bronze. Yeah, it's awesome. Okay. Um, okay. I don't know what's happening to my throat. I don't know what's happening to me. Give me 1 second here. Sip on some coffee. This is the Darko Rajakovic solution, right? You drink more coffee. So here's what I learned. So we've been talking a lot about box plus minus on this channel, right? Plus minus models, whether it be RAPM, EPM, box plus minus, EPM, whatever you want to talk about. Ultimately, they all try to do the same thing. They're trying to measure impact on the basketball court, per 100 possessions, offensively, defensively. We're all trying to answer the exact same question, which is how impactful are you? How important are you? And how do I measure your impact relative to another guy's impact? Really hard to measure guys across positions, really, really hard to measure guys across minutes usage. How do you compare a guy like Cade Cunningham, who has 31% usage, versus a guy like Scotty Barnes, who has 24% usage? How do you measure their impact? How do you measure the impact of a primary defender versus a secondary defender? How do you measure the impact of a help defender, like a rover type, like a Giannis, versus a guy who's like more of an on-ball stopper? How do you do this? It's a lot of math. That's the short of it. It's a lot of math. And I'm really happy that I understand math well enough that I know how to contextualize these numbers. And so I can sort of see the gaps in terms of how they're being constructed and where the gaps might be. And then I also understand basketball well enough that I can watch the games and say, okay, this person has this analytic popping off. Let me watch the game and see if this is actually what's happening. Let me see if Asar Thompson's defense is exactly as good as his analytics make it. Let me see if Chet Holmgren is just flashing the craziest shooting luck in the history of the world, or if he in fact is one of the top 25 best players in the NBA right now. So you watch and you measure the analytics. So Scotty's pretty much top 10 everywhere. I want to be clear about something. Peaks are not for granted. That's what I want to say. There are so many superstars in the NBA that have peaked at. I want to take you through. So to clarify something, value of a replacement is an analytic measurement that measures out a player's impact over a number of games. Okay, so I guess what I'm trying to say is that if you play more games, if you play more minutes, your value of replacement will be higher. It naturally views availability as the best ability is availability. And so because of that, okay, I'm having trouble just accessing our stories. I apologize. Give me 1 sec here. It's just not letting me. What is going on, Instagram? This is the craziest thing I think I've ever seen. Okay, hang on. Oh, that makes sense. I'm not connected to the internet. That makes perfect sense. I'm like I'm just scrolling at this and I'm like, what is going on here and why can I not connect to this? Okay, while I wait for that, there we go. Okay, so turn that off. So wow, this is gonna go down as the all-time like sleepiest live in the history of the world. So I'll share some analytic stuff that I learned. So number one, in terms of box plus minus, who is the real most improved player? So I was listening to Thinking Basketball podcast, and I love Thinking Basketball, and they did this whole thing on the most improved player, and they all came with Scotty at 3 or 4. They're like two guys, Cody and Ben had Scotty at number 4, and somehow they both arrived at Tyrese Maxey at number 1, and I thought that was kind of wild. And I just don't agree. I don't agree. I think Tyrese Maxey was like a pretty good player last year. And so I measured out the impact in terms of the raise, in terms of their gap, in terms of the progression on box plus minus. And I think Scotty goes up today. It goes as follows. Jalen Johnson, 2.5, plus 2.8 from last year. Cam Johnson, plus 4.0. Alperen Şengün. I believe these are all third and fourth year players, actually. So that's pretty cool. Alperen Şengün plus 5.1, Tyrese Maxey plus 6.0, and Scotty Barnes plus 6.4. And I believe it goes up after today. So that is good. Now, also, I don't know if you can see this. You're not going to be able to see it. You're going to have to follow us on Instagram, man. I'm sorry. If I had thought about this, if I had any presence of mind, I probably would have pulled all these graphics up so you can follow along with me. But basically, it was trying to do some shot chart comparison between Scotty Barnes and Pascal Siakam to just kind of show you, like, this is what you need from Pascal Siakam. You need Pascal Siakam to shoot threes. So here's something that I learned yesterday, and I'm really, really happy for Pascal Siakam that he hit a three. So when I went to Basketball Reference and I sorted out who were like the best 3-point shooters, well, Cason Wallace, the first rookie that we discussed anywhere on these lives, was number one, 59%. Not the super highest volume, but high enough to make the list. Doug McDermott was number two. Jay Crowder was number three. OG Anunoby was 58th in the league at 39.3%. Scotty Barnes was 86th with 37%. And then 158th was Julius Randle at 27.6%. And then dead last was Pascal Siakam at 159. What I found really fascinating at 23.5%. What I found kind of fascinating, actually, about Pascal Siakam's threes was that it was coming disproportionately in losses. So Pascal Siakam is shooting 11.5% in losses on low volume. And he is shooting 36% in wins. Now, I believe today will actually help that, right? Because I think he went 1 for 2. What is the point of this? The point is, I went on this entire rant about, more post offense is not the answer for Pascal Siakam. And I want to really address that. It's not. It cannot be the functional diet. It cannot be the go-to diet of this team's offense. What you saw today, this is what needs to happen. Pace and space needs to happen. We can argue whether it's ever going to work in the playoffs. We can argue if, Scotty needs to become a much better scorer. He needs to become a better isolation scorer. Maybe you need to trade for a better isolation scorer. But post-ups for Pascal Siakam, who historically has not been like the greatest and most dynamic post player, I wouldn't do it, man. You look at the list of really, really great post scorers right now, he doesn't look like any of them. And I promise you, like, I know that these people, who talk about this stuff and they write these articles that you guys really believe in, and then you go to Twitter and you talk about them and you think, hey, these guys are smart. Let me just peddle what they're saying. Trust me, man. Like, they sound smart. They're not as smart as you think they are. Like, Pascal Siakam last year was like 1.12, 1.02. That's not efficient offense in the post. You can't build an offense around that. You really genuinely can't. Like, it can be like something you can go to occasionally if you have a real mismatch. But I struggle to find, when does Pascal Siakam have a mismatch in the post? I mean, today I saw him struggle to stay on balance against, what was it, Jaden Ivey, Alec Burks. He couldn't score on those guys. So in the playoffs, this is not going to be smart, efficient offense to go up against good teams. Like, you're going to have really big trouble doing this. And I know, he did it in spurts. He did it against Jordan Poole. He did it against Kyle Kuzma. He did it against Derek White. He even did it once or twice against Jrue Holiday. But it's just not, historically, this is not like, they're very rare players that you actually want to build a post offense around. What I also found interesting is that Scotty Barnes is shining analytically in spite of the fact that he is carrying some really, really bad units. Now, quite a few times we've seen this thing happen where Scotty goes out really quickly, like 5 minutes, 6 minutes into the game. He goes out, he sits for about 3-4 minutes, and then he comes back in, and then he anchors this like unit. And this unit is very much a gamble every game. You don't know if they're going to give up 15 points in 2 minutes. You don't know if they're going to go on a big run. It's very topsy-turvy. And sometimes it really just comes down to, how good is Scotty Barnes going to be today? How much is he willing to carry this unit today? And look, man, he has a long way to go before he is anywhere near the isolation scorer that he needs to be. Really, he has a long way to go. So he's not going to be, like, there are very few players in the league who are good enough, if any, to carry 4 players as bad as some of the players he's played with. He has played very often with Grady Dick plus Jalen McDaniels. These are the two statistically worst players on your team. And it's not even close. Like they're the worst by far. And then he was playing with a very struggling Precious Achiuwa. And he was sometimes playing with a struggling Chris Boucher. Or he was playing with a struggling Gary Trent Jr. And so, if you want to present the case that Pascal Siakam is the solution to everything and Scotty Barnes is not really very good, you could always say, well, see, it sucks without Siakam. This is what would happen if you traded Siakam. This is what would happen when Siakam goes to the bench. Or you could think that basketball is a team sport. And 5-on-5, it's going to be really difficult for one guy to do anything if 4 guys around him are really bad. And that's not shade on Grady Dick and Jalen McDaniels. They're just struggling. They're just struggling mightily. And Malachi has struggled a lot. As much as we've been very, very supportive of him as a channel, his analytics are not lying to you. He is not, to date, he is not like one of the decent backup point guards. He's just not. He's trying. He's staying afloat. He's making confident mistakes. But some of the old patterns of bad body language, head hanging, low self-esteem are coming out. And so he needs to battle through that. And Darko needs to continue to encourage him to push through, because only we push through. But man, Siakam, I looked at the lineup data for the Raptors. I didn't see any lineups with Siakam plus 4 bench players. Not one. I barely found a lineup with Siakam plus 3 bench players. When he was on the court, it was always good. So Scotty in the bench unit has struggled massively. So I am actually quite curious how he is so good analytically. Because typically, if you spend 8-7 minutes every single game, they line up that absolutely sucks, it would be very difficult for that not to impact your overall analytics in terms of plus minus, right? You're on the court with a lineup that sucks. That should technically hurt your analytics a lot. So now I'm kind of curious if these guys start playing better. Now, there's a silver lining here. Earlier in the year, he was closer to 8 blocks plus minus, and now he's kind of moving closer to 6.8. So what was the difference between 8 plus, and 6.8? And I have a feeling it's OG Anunoby. So the lineup that I unlocked here was Scotty plus OG plus 3 bench players actually is okay. Once you keep those 2 on, it doesn't completely matter who the other 3 guys are. They're good. Defensively, offensively, it's awesome. So you could do Scotty OG and pick the next 3. It doesn't matter because these guys are so versatile. You could do Malachi, Grady, and Boucher. No problem. You could do Gary, Grady, and Otto. No problem. It'll work. Those 2 work with everything. It's really brilliant. And I was looking at this data going back to last year. It just freaking works. So that's my first, let's not call it a breakthrough. I'm sure people have figured this out, but that's something that I figured out going through the data. That's the first thing. The second thing I figured out is that Dennis Schroeder desperately needs to be a spot-up shooter in the offense. So when I was looking at play types and percentiles, yes, I realized that Pascal Siakam is, in the upper tier in terms of post-up efficiency, in terms of points per possession. I also noticed that Scotty Barnes is a much better pick and roll ball handler this year than he's been in previous years. I also noticed that Scotty Barnes apparently struggles scoring in transition, which, one would wonder why that would be, because he's such a catalyst for transition. But I think the pace is moved with him on the court, but I think it's because he finds himself so often in passing situations in transition that would be the case. It's not really factoring in your passing. It's more factoring in your scoring in transition. He is doing really well as a spot-up shooter. Scotty's doing well as a spot-up shooter and a pick-and-roll ball handler. Not super well as an isolation scorer, although his chances at isolation scoring are very low. And not super-duper well as a post-up scorer. But where Dennis is doing well, really, is as a spot-up shooter. And where he's not doing as well is as a pick-and-roll ball handler. So I'm like, geez, why not flip this? Right? Pascal Siakam needs to be able to shoot threes for this offense to work. He needs to cut like he did today. If he does that, and if we can sort of flip Scotty and Dennis's role just a little bit in terms of deciding power, like I'm sure you guys like see it when Scotty is initiating, in the middle, like how clean and crisp those passes are, how quickly they come, how advantage generating they can be, like how he froze Isaiah Stewart and then just found Jakob Poeltl, what he did to the Bucks in the fourth quarter. I mean, this is a very special passer. You need to give him the ball in the middle of the court. So that's something else, I thought like, hey man, like I don't mind Pascal Siakam posting up occasionally. It's not a problem. It can definitely happen. I don't want a steady diet of it. I don't want it to happen like 10 times a game. I don't want him to become like some Zach Randolph type. He's not that good. He's not that efficient. He's not Luka Doncic. He's not Jokic. And the more he camps out in the middle there, the more he camps out in that space, the less space he's providing for his team. Today, he created a lot of space for his team by cutting into space, relocating, hitting a three, taking threes that were available, passing the ball quickly. All of these things are aiding and abetting space, which is a very good thing that Pascal Siakam did for the offense today. The other thing that I was thinking about was this analytic value of a replacement, which I think is a very, very important one in terms of measuring overall impact. Now, we can all argue like where a player's peak is, okay? Players peak at different times for different reasons. You can always say like speed peaks in your early 20s, but then maybe strength peaks in your later 20s. And then you have like sort of like a mental peak, like closer to your 30s. And so, really, most guys tend to play their best basketball between the ages of 25 and maybe 28, 29, right? That tends to be it, right? There are some very rare exceptions of a guy who's like a little bit better at 30 than he was at 26, but it's almost unheard of, right? So I think you have to kind of accept that with Pascal Siakam about to turn 30, this is it, right? This is about as good. Like whatever you see in the rear view, that's as good as it's going to be. Like he's not going to get like some phenomenally better unless he completely changes his play style. In which case, it probably still won't be better. It'll just be different. And maybe that's good enough. Maybe you need it to be good enough. But this really isn't about Pascal. This is actually about Scotty. So I want you to know like value of a replacement factors in your minutes played, your durability. It factors in really your value over a replacement player. And the more games you play, like naturally you can see it with players like Tim Duncan. They played so many minutes and so many games when he was younger. But as he got closer to 30, 35, like the minutes started to go down. So he may have been as good a player at 27 as he was at 25. But at 25, he gave you more value. This is important. This is important because the minute a player hits their prime, like a superstar player hits their prime, you have to be in your championship window. Here are the absolute peaks and the age that these players hit it. This is statistically verifiable on Basketball Reference. You can go check it yourself. These are the value of a replacement peak years for the following players. Kobe, 27 years old. Vince, 24 years old. Tracy McGrady, 23 years old. Michael Jordan, 24 years old. Allen Iverson, 25. Paul Pierce, 24. Nowitzki, 27. Duncan, 25. Hakeem, 27. Chris Paul, 23. Dwayne Wade, 27. Garnett, 27. If I showed you Derrick Rose, and I don't want to, I'm pretty sure it would say 22 or 23. I'm pretty sure Zion's peak could be behind him. Do you understand how crazy that is? It's possible Ben Simmons' peak is behind him. He's only 25 or 26 years old right now, right? Or it's 27. His peak is done. It's gone. It's behind him. Very likely. The peak is gone, right? You don't know when it comes, when it goes. It's very possible that Lonzo Ball's peak is behind him. Injuries. There's so many things that can happen to a player. Superstars are so rare because basketball is a team sport with 5 players. And if you can have one player that has 99th percentile impact on rebounding, assists, whatever, shooting, like Steph, or rebounding and shot blocking and defense, like I don't know, like Ben Wallace. Like if you could have one player, like Ben Wallace was like a defensive superstar, right? Steph Curry's an offensive superstar. LeBron James is an all-around superstar. He gives you 99th percentile value all over the court. If you can have one player that good and you can just surround them with like really decent pieces around, but those decent pieces around are easier to get than that one player is to get. Teams can go 50 years and not get one player as good as Nikola Jokic. Teams can go 50 years and not get 80 years and not get 120 years and not get a player as good as LeBron James. So the minute you get one of those guys, you have to immediately push your chips to the center of the table. And I think that the Raptors have one right now. I think they have one right now. And I think that this is Scotty Barnes at 22. And I'm not saying he's peaking right now. That would be crazy. I think this might, but this could come very quickly. It could unlock very quickly. And this summer, you could be talking about him gearing up for his peak year next year. And you have to be ready for that. You have to be ready to make a deep playoff run because you don't know, right? Like this is the thing we learned with Kawhi Leonard. Opportunities are very fleeting, right? Can you imagine at the deadline? Because with Kawhi, you had this sort of like ticking clock, right? Of we got to go for it now. We put all our chips into the table. It's 1 year. Maybe if Kawhi had a second year on his contract or a third year, I wonder if they make that Marc Gasol trade. I wonder if they do that immediate, let's part with the picks, let's win now, right? The Raptors have parted with picks for the wrong players, to support the wrong players several times. What's worried me about all those decisions was what happens when it comes time to part with picks for the right player, I think that this team is so close. I think this team, specifically him and OG, are so close to becoming like this incredible, menacing duo defensively. I mean, I really trust estimated plus minus. It's a great model. It has flashed some absolutely accurate, in my opinion, statistics. It rates Scotty Barnes as the best defender in the NBA. You have a defensive superstar in your hands, and you have OG Anunoby, and you have two of the best wing defenders in the NBA right now. And that is a hell of a position, especially because they're so switchable. To be able to have that type of impact, you need to put your chips into the table. And this moment cannot be derailed for anything other than what this moment could be and what it should be. And what it should be is the start of a championship window. Now, I know some of you are probably rolling your eyes saying, Rob, we beat the Pistons. Now you're talking about championship windows. Relax. No, man. I'm telling you. I made a live like a week ago, and I said, like they're close. Like they've got this thing. They just need to figure out the offense. Figuring out this offense might not be as difficult as you think, okay? Because it is very possible that hidden in this, 6.8 box plus minus player in Scotty Barnes right now is actually like a 9.8 box plus minus player who's just playing with the wrong players around him. Put dynamic athletes around this guy, put movement shooters around him, put people who naturally do the stuff that Pascal Siakam did today, put players that are smarter than Dennis Schroeder. I don't know how you do it. I don't know what you got to part with. But man, if you're Masai Ujiri, you got to start thinking about this, man, because don't take it for granted that you're going to have 5 years, man. You never know with these players. You never know. Like with Vince, I'm sure that Glenn Grunwald thought he had more time. It was just getting better and better and better with Vince and Tracy, right? He thought he had more time, and then Tracy left. And he thought he had more time with Vince, and then the injuries started catching up, right? And he thought he had more time, and then Vince wanted a trade. He wanted out. I'm pretty sure the Bulls thought they had more time with Derrick Rose. I'm not trying to get you panicked. I'm just trying to tell you, like, don't take for granted how good he is right now. Because, yeah, he could probably get 2 times better from here. But how good he is right now is, whether it looks like a superstar or not, it doesn't look like a superstar. Fine, he's doing some fumbly things. Even today, my God, like he fumbled the ball off his fingers like 3 times. What kind of a superstar does that? But I'm telling you, man, like his impact on winning right now is superstar level. He is impacting winning in ways like is insane. And he's doing it like when his skill set is still at like Padawan levels. You know what I mean? Like he's so raw in certain areas of skill work. And this could be the start. And you need to start getting this group reps in the playoffs. You need to start getting them like close. You need to start, and you can't wait. You can't wait and you can't waste. So you can't waste an entire year trying to convince Pascal Siakam and Dennis Schroeder to buy into this is Scotty Barnes' team and this is how we're going to play and this is the offense and this is how we're going to, like, you can't. You have to cautiously, not cautiously, you have to clearly direct and say, this is what it is. This is how we're playing. You like it? Great. Let's build something together. Pascal, you were part of our last championship. You can be part of our next championship. Kind of like the way Kyle graciously sort of passed the torch. You can pass the torch. Or don't like it? Okay, let's trade you. Let's trade you for people who are going to buy in and who want to win championships. And maybe you won't win a championship this year. I mean, I'll almost bet money you will not win a championship this year. But at least you could get like that core, like a few tough playoff losses, maybe a few good playoff wins to build up some momentum. And then next year, now you part with the picks. And then you get your big hammer. And then you go all in. You go all in. You orient everything to the next 3-year prime. I'm not saying you trade for like washed veterans who are like well past their prime. No. I'm talking like you go all in on upgrades. You be willing to spend into the tax if that's what it takes. And you try to be a 50-win team that has a real chance. Because what are you lacking? You have a superstar. You have a superstar that plays 2 ways. I mean, my God, these guys do not grow on trees. They don't grow on trees. Luka Doncic does not play 2 ways. Nikola Jokic does not play 2 ways. Okay. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander does not really play 2-way. Okay. So Tyrese Halliburton does not play 2-way. Do you understand how rare a 2-way superstar is? Now, Scotty's most of his box minus impact is actually coming on defense. As offense goes, he's more like the top 30 player as opposed to the top 10 player. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because one player plays offense and defense in basketball. And this one player offensively and defensively is contributing superstar impact to you. And that is important. So I say this to say what? I say this to say I apologize if you're a Pascal Siakam fan and you feel like I've been just railing on Fred and Pascal these last 2 years, but it's because I see something in this player that maybe you don't. And I see his timeline a little bit differently and maybe you don't. But I know what can happen to franchises that waste a couple of years of this prime, this window. Because look, man, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander was ready last year. He was ready. He was ready for a deep playoff run, and the Thunder have this boatload of draft picks, and they didn't go all in. And maybe that's because they knew they had Chet in the wings, and they knew how good he was, and they thought they could do it again this year. But man, that's 1 year you don't try. Tough situation, right? Tough situation. Small market team, tough situation. But man, it's not to say be impulsive because obviously the Thunder have done great stuff. Great stuff. They have 2 of the 4 rookies who have positive box minus this year, in Cason Wallace and Chet Holmgren. And that's insane. So I just think that when you have a player like that, you need to start trying to compete and trying to contend. And it may not work out right away, but you don't want to be in this situation with like like with Joel Embiid, where now he's 28, 29, and you don't know when, God forbid, I don't like Joel Embiid at all, but nobody wants anyone to get hurt. But you don't know when he's going to tear something and he's going to be out for a whole year. You don't know this, right? You just don't know. So don't waste the years. That's what I'm saying. Don't waste a year trying to figure out Dennis Schroeder at point guard, and we'll put Scotty at point next year. Don't assume you have the next year. Go in right now, because 22-year-olds who flash this type of analytical profile, honestly, I can't think of 10 in the last 50 years. It's very, very rare stuff. If he can hold this up, he's like, whoa, right? This is all NBA stuff. All NBA 22. That's crazy. Anyways, we have a super chat here. Recruiter Dude. If instead of Cunningham you had Shea, how much better would the Pistons be? Good question. It's a great question. I believe instead of... I think they would be a play-in team. I think that's the gap between one roster and the other. I think Shea would make them just that much better. I'm not obviously a huge Cade Cunningham fan. Maybe I've been a little bit too hard on him at times too. I think that's probably, that's probably fair. Anyway, we got your goat on. Hey, your goat. What's up, man?
What's up, man? How you doing?
Not too bad.
I'm sick. I'm actually sick after watching that.
Yeah, to
Um,
those who don't know, your goat is a Detroit Pistons fan. So yeah, how's the Cade Cunningham experience for you?
not too good right now. You
Okay.
know, I'm I like Kate Cunningham. I was really happy when we drafted him, and I'm not saying he's a bust. I'm not saying that. I'm still happy with him. He has potential, but it's just like I don't know, man. We have no spacing, and that contributes to his turnovers, where he just goes in the paint with four people defending him, does not pass the ball, tries to shoot it, and it's a turnover. And I saw that this game, I saw that a bunch of games where he just does not make the right play sometimes, which is why you see he's inefficient. He's more inefficient than Killian Hayes this season. I can't believe it. Killian Hayes finally did something better for once. I'm sorry. I think we're not supposed to mention that guy on this channel. I'm sorry. But
No, it's okay.
you
We've
know,
come a long way on Killian. I
yeah.
like Killian this year. He's been pretty good, actually.
Yeah, he's been
He's
improving.
grown on me. But you know who I like on your team?
Jalen Duren.
No, I've always
I
liked
meant
Jalen Duren.
I mean
Did you just call
oh
SR a
sorry, I
man?
just keep on confusing them. I'm sorry. I like keep on confusing them. I'm sorry, Thompson. Or some Thompson. He's great. He's absolutely great, bro.
He
He,
can't dribble, he can't shoot, but he's great at basketball, man. So I
he,
just
bro,
I feel like I'm saying
he's tough.
something that's really crazy there, but he's so freaking awesome. I love him.
Hmm.
I love him. Like
Me
I
too.
think like I would have drafted him freaking fourth, third
Yeah.
maybe. Like I mean, I would be tempted at third. Like
Hmm.
there are things he does athletically where I'm just like, oh, if he
Man.
can ever figure out some of this other stuff, like it's gonna
I think
be...
he will. Like, I'm really optimistic with him, so I think he will. He has a lot of potential. His defense is just so good. His rebounding, his blocking, his he's just so
Yeah, he's
smart with
awesome.
defense, and he's so athletic. But
Yeah.
yeah. In conclusion with this game, it was horrible for us. You guys played exceptionally. I know like our defense was horrible, but yeah, passing the ball great, making great shots. Granted, we left Scotty Barnes open a lot. We left a lot of players open a lot, which y'all just took advantage of, and y'all beat us. Last season, I think most of our games were close with you guys. It was really good games, but now we're on 11's losing streak, and y'all beat us. So fair and square. And
Earlier this year, I remember I was chirping some dudes who were like really going off about Cade, how Cade was finally going to be better than Scotty Barnes.
oh my god, dude.
And I think the Raptors started out like 1-2 on the season,
Hmm.
and they were like,
Yeah.
"We're 2-0 or we're 2-1 or some shit like that."
Hmm.
And I was like, "Talk to me in 10 games.
Yeah, it's true. It's
We're
it's
we're, we're
actually
talking
true.
we're talking in 10 games."
Yeah.
Oh
Scott
boy.
Scott Scotty Barnes has been really good this season. I've really enjoyed his play. I've watched some games with him, and he's just been great. His shot has been way better. defense just up there. And it's not a discussion, bro. I keep on people keep on trying to say Kate Cunningham is better than Scotty Barnes, and I'm like, how or where? I'm a Pistons fan, and I'm saying this, bro. Like I've always been high on Scotty Barnes, and I've always been high on Kate Cunningham. But I think people can really see this season the difference between their IQ, their defense, their playmaking, even their shooting at this point. Scotty Barnes has been way better shooting wise than Kate Cunningham. Way better.
Yeah, I think there's like you and I could probably have a completely separate conversation about Cade
Mhm.
and all the things that I've noticed in his film work
Yeah.
that I think he's a very talented player. He's
Mhm.
obviously got a lot of good things going for him, but man, he is
Yeah.
so overloaded as this
Mhm.
offensive hub, and they so desperately want him to be this Luca,
Mhm.
thing,
It's
and
not
they're
gonna
not
happen.
realizing that Luca had things at 15 that Cade doesn't have at 22.
Yeah.
Like,
And Luca had experience in the EuroLeague where he played in a Real Madrid system that was
yeah, I'm just saying, like,
perfect.
in terms of how he sees the floor, like, this is
Mhm.
something that I'm trying to get Raptor fans to see with Siakam too, and, Schroeder, is when you like, you can't like, okay, like, there was this play where Scotty's running in transition, right? And so he
Mhm.
has, Beef Stew, who's looking at him, and this pause of, like, I wanna say less than a quarter of a second, basically stunts the defense to
Yep.
give Jakob this, like, pocket of, like, maybe it's, like, a quarter of a second.
Mhm.
I'm describing quarters of seconds that are probably actually closer to fifths of seconds,
Mhm.
and he just right through, and it's like,
Yeah.
"Whoa, whoa, whoa, how did he see that?" There's this, like, play where Boucher is cutting from behind him, and he's just kinda, like, dribbling, and he's kinda, like, looking away a little bit, and he kinda
Mhm.
spins it
Yeah.
in this way, and Boucher just cuts, and I'm just like, "Man, he saw that the whole way, didn't he?" This
He's
type of forward vision
Mhm.
is the type of vision you need in the center of the court. This is what
Mhm.
Jokic has. I mean, I don't wanna say Şengün has this, but it's closer to this. Like,
Yeah.
Şengün has great vision for the game. You wanna put players like this in the middle of your court in the middle of
Yeah.
your offense as much as you humanly possibly can. In fact, this was the whole point of the triangle offense.
Yeah.
You want to isolate your best scorers and your best decision makers in at advantageous scoring positions. So, I think Cade is really miscast in this,
Yeah.
and while I think Asar is so much rawer than Cade, like, way rawer,
Mhm.
I
Yep.
think you've kinda got a lot of Scotty in Asar.
Mhm.
Like, you kinda drafted your own very different version of Scotty
Yeah.
Barnes.
Mhm. Which is
He's weirdly even rawer than Scotty, like, way rawer than
Yeah.
Scotty even, like, some of his misses are like, "Whoa, who left
Yeah.
the window open," right? Like, he's missing backboard, rim, he might hit, like, the 8th row. It's
Mhm.
crazy, but I've just he works so hard, and I trust his development, and I
Yeah.
trust, you know, I trust Jalen Duren's development, so I have a feeling the Pistons will be really good in 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, we just gotta
That's
fix
my
our
feeling.
we just gotta fix our whole roster, honestly, and it's just a whole mess. It's literally
You
just
need
you
you
see
need
our
veterans in
roster,
the
it's a
room, and
mess.
you need to get over this,
Mhm.
Cade Cunningham is Luka Doncic light. He's
It's
not
not
light, he's
not
watered down. It's
like
not it's
when
not
you
right.
have Kate Cunningham who can't really shoot that much and 4 other players who can't really shoot at all, it's not gonna
Bro,
work.
but, like, okay, I'll challenge you to one thing before we get off
Mhm.
this. I'll challenge you to
Yeah.
one thing, and it's not a chess match, don't worry.
Yeah, 'cause I'd win, so it's all good.
Okay. All night on Twitter battling, Pascal Siakam fanboys who think he's the next Tatum, and I swear the most annoying thing I've heard in the last 24 hours is that you think you could beat me in chess, but okay.
Oh, I'm just too
What
good,
what
but
what
it's
I'm
all
gonna say
good.
what I'm gonna say, and I've totally lost my train of thought. What I wanted to say was, um, what the fuck was I trying to say to you, man? Damn. Where was I going with this? It's not about Jaden Ivey. It's not about what am I trying to say to you?
About Osar?
No, I've completely lost my train of thought. It's just like
Sorry.
the minute I got to chess, and then I thought about those 5 queens that I stuck up on you, and I'm just like I got lost in that. I got lost in
Mhm.
that, man.
And then we drew that match, right? We drew that match because I was so good
One
that I had a
game.
great game plan.
Oh,
I
yeah.
know it's not one game. It's like 3
Your
games I
your
drew
your
you,
your
bro.
your your game plan was to lose so bad. Anyways, my point being that, good luck to y'all.
Mhm.
I've completely lost my train of thought, but it's okay because this is what happens when you don't sleep for 24 hours. but
Yeah.
I think the Pistons will eventually be all right. Um, but I think you have something good in Jalen Duren, man. I really do. I think you guys really missed him tonight, and I think he would
Yeah,
have
we did.
created some
We
problems
did,
for us. And honestly,
for
like
sure.
this roster construction is weird to me. Like James Wiseman, Marvin Bagley, like bro, just like
Yeah. Just gotta trade both
potential,
of them. It's
potential,
like,
potential. They're just trying to bat on this like upside thing, you know?
I know. It
Um,
won't work. It's not gonna work. Like, I mean, there are some players where I feel like it'll work, but
has
James
anyone
Wiseman.
considered firing Troy Weaver?
Oh, like there's everyone in Pistons saying fire Troy Weaver right now, and
Would they
like it's
hire?
just crazy.
Do you think they would hire me?
You?
Yeah. Do you think they would hire me? No, I can't go to Detroit, bro. All the shit I've talked
Why?
about Cade over the last 2 years, I would get
Oh yeah,
shot. I
they're
would fully get shot.
yeah,
Like
they're gonna be like,
within the day. But maybe I would like issue like a really massive apology to the state of
mhm,
Michigan as a told you so. You know, kind of like a
mhm.
I'm sorry I talked so much shit about this first overall pick that y'all drafted, but I
Yeah.
was right. I was right for two and a half
I just
years when I've been telling you I was fucking right about this guy. Look, it's not even that. What I wanted to say was like with Cade, it's about right. I now I finally figured out what I wanted to tell you. The task that I had for you. So the task I have for you, the challenge I have for you is go to Basketball Reference and sort out your entire Pistons roster by 3-point percentage and tell me where your problem is. That is my challenge for you. Okay.
mm-hmm.
Go challenge your own narrative of the Pistons don't have shooters. Don't go challenge your narrative of the Pistons can't shoot because if you look at the Raptors roster, same story. Same
Yeah.
story, right?
For
In
sure.
fact, you guys have better shooters. You have some better
No,
shooters. I mean,
I
I
mean,
would love for us to have an Alec Burks and a big who could shoot like Isaiah Stewart right now, man. Like that's the
no,
sad part.
we do, but I just feel like some of them are very injury prone, don't play, haven't really got him in this
No,
because
fair enough.
it's Monty.
Sasser has been good.
Sasser has been
You know, and you guys haven't had Bogdanovich yet, but like Alec Burks a good 3-point shooter.
Kevin Knox has
Jaden
been
Ivey has been a
playing.
good 3-point shooter. Do you know what I
Yeah,
mean? So like
he
you
still
do
has been.
have shooters. It's just you're one guy who takes so many shots.
And he doesn't like pass. He just like this.
He leads the league in turnovers.
Yeah,
He leads the league in minutes. Like I mean, they're really trying
yeah,
here. But my point
I know.
is, when your best guy can't shoot, this is what your offense looks like. It doesn't matter if
Yeah.
everybody else can shoot, right?
Mm,
Because everyone still collapses the floor because he's the one with the ball.
yeah.
Anyways, good luck to you, your
Appreciate it,
goat,
man.
and nice talking to
I
you. And good
so
luck and congrats on your
mhm,
rookie, man. He is freaking
yeah,
awesome, and
man.
I enjoy watching him
I
shut
really
down stars.
I really do appreciate you having on me on this channel. You know, you have a great channel. You keep on working hard, bro.
Thank
Keep on
you.
grinding on YouTube because you blowing up and you're gonna continue to do well. And my final message to the chat is when we play this chess game, bet on me, cause I'm a bet on myself like Fred Van Vliet. I'm a bet on myself, and I am going to win, bro. I'm telling you. Rob may be a favorite, but listen, you bet on
Bro,
me, I win, you gain $500. It's free money, man. It's free
he's
money.
not kidding. I would be a 500 to 1 favorite. Anyways, all
Yeah.
right, peace, man.
All right, peace, bro.
See ya. All right. Jonathan, what's up? How are you doing, sir?
Hey, good. I'm just gonna get in so quickly. Yeah, happy Sunday, everyone.
Happy Sunday. Yes.
I'm in the process of watching the first 3 quarters because we were out with the dogs and we went on a big nature hike with the dogs and got back a little bit just as things were getting dark. So I'm in the process, so I can't really say a whole lot about what I liked. I like the score. the score
Great.
score was
Score's
ridiculous. The stat that really excited me was the assists. That was really positive to say. But I wanted to say to the last caller, I love Asar. Like that
Yeah.
kid is otherworldly. Like
He didn't back
defending.
down. That's what I like about him. He didn't back down.
The way he sticks guys, like
Mm.
I've never seen, or I've seen it, but I've seen it so infrequently across the NBA. His lateral movement is just bonkers. Like how he can get from one space to another where the average NBA player would not be able to close. He makes it look effortless, like he's a gazelle. I'm just
Yeah.
wow all day
He's a
when I'm
very
watching you tape.
special type of athlete, but also he buys in and he commits on that end so much.
Yeah.
And then he's also like got this physicality of a man, you know?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
So he's really
He's coming
awesome.
in quick. Like he's gonna be scary. Like I'm looking forward to watching him play over the next like 5-10 years.
Absolutely, man. Like there's so much talent that just got infused into the league. Like
Oh, it's
we're gonna be
ridiculous.
watching Casey Wallace and Chet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama. And yeah, like it's going to be really, really fun to see all these young players blossom and grow. I'm not one of those people who just roots for my own team. Like obviously, like when Boston drafted this young Jason Tatum, I was very happy that he was going to play for Brad Stevens and develop and actually have a chance and not have to go to some trash franchise.
Absolutely. Like it's pretty awesome. I've been going down a bit of a Halliburton wormhole and just watching so much tape on
He
him.
passes so fast. He passes so fast. It's like I don't even know where the ball is sometimes. It's gone. And I'm just like, where's the ball?
Yep.
Oh, he got rid of it? He is so freaking good. Look, my friend Leo, he covers the Sacramento Kings, and he's come on this channel a few times. I don't know if
Yeah.
you've ever seen him on it.
Yeah,
So people really like our ping pong, and it's like Leo hasn't been on in a while because I'm pretty sure like I would probably go on a 15-minute soliloquy about like I was right. Like I was so pissed they traded him. I mean, number one, because they traded him from a Western Conference team to an Eastern Conference team. Now we have to deal with fucking Tyrese Halliburton for the next 10 years. But also because, obviously, like, I mean, growing up, I had an affinity for the Sacramento Kings and I have no connection at all to because of Pedro Stojakovic, Vlade Divac, me being Serbian. And I wanted them to have a really great point guard. And, granted, De'Aaron Fox is a hell of a point guard and he's scoring like a beast. But man, Tyrese Halliburton is something else, man.
His efficiency is like through the fucking roof. Like
yeah,
I love watching him play. It's just I would recommend this to a lot of people. We had a caller who was a Detroit fan, and hearing the perspective of other fan bases when they look at the Toronto Raptors, their roster, their individual players, and overall organization is pretty neat. But you're going to learn a lot more about how to, what's the word I'm looking for, objectively criticize your team when you're taking the same lens that you would looking at another team, right? Because there's not that emotional investment, there's not that hometown pride, there's not the those are my boys, I like, so on and so forth. You can be a lot more objective in your criticism of other teams. Like I don't have time for fans who are like, I fucking hate this guy, or I hate this franchise. There's nothing wrong with having a healthy rivalry with teams.
yeah,
And like Philadelphia is the first thing that I think of oftentimes. And I can't say I actually have I said the words I hate Philadelphia. Yes. But those were in moments. Like the only thing, like I hate, like I've been caught saying I hate the Boston Bruins. I'm a huge Leafs fan, and the reason I hate them is because they're a really fucking good team, right? They're well run, and if
people hate the Lakers, people hate the Celtics. That's
right,
exactly it, right?
like the Dallas Cowboys, and I mean that may not be a good
Bingo.
analogy currently, but
Used
the
to be.
Kansas City Chiefs, right? People
Sure.
don't like them because they are winning Super
They're
Bowls.
good. Exactly.
And if you start looking at the Raptors through the same lens, I think a lot of people who like I keep seeing this like hate porn thing, or the just these terms bandied about where people will talk about how you approach your commentary on the game, and it's the non-homerists homer take on like I look at it as like honest, objective, self-criticizing analysis, right? And
Right.
especially if you have math to back all that stuff up, people have to stop being so sensitive about this kind of stuff, right? I think the Raptors as an organization, like they're putting their big boy pants on in the league, and this may sound like a hot take or crazy, it happened when we stopped being that like cuddle buddy franchise with like players who were here, and the DeRozan trade hit for Kawhi. And I know it's like very quick succession into the championship, but oftentimes fans will become so emotionally attached to a certain player they won't realize like the the good that is happening for the organization despite them being taken away.
Yeah, you know what? Here's the thing. So I grew up a very big Kawhi Leonard fan. Admired the San
Understandably.
Antonio Spurs. I love two-way wings. He's one of my favorite players. I very much was critical of DeMar DeRozan's offensive shortcomings and inefficiencies, but I never pushed for him to be traded. If anyone was following me back then or reading any of my articles, I wrote an article, I think in 2013 for Bleacher Report, DeMar DeRozan, All Eyes on Me. The story of DeMar, for me, had to end with a championship in Toronto. I had to see him win one in Toronto. I needed for it to happen for him and Kyle here. And the day he got traded, I was shattered. Like emotionally, I couldn't think in that moment. I had this entire visceral reaction seeing his reaction. Honestly, like it hurt me. It hurt me for him because I knew how much he had put into this. I knew how much he wanted to win here. I knew how much he had poured into the culture, into the community, into everything.
He was
And
here. Like he
I
wanted to be
know,
here.
and what hurt the most actually was I was like, we're gonna win a championship, and he's not gonna win it with us, and it sucked.
Well, and the reality of sports being a business, right? Because if sports was sports, right?
Yeah.
And it wasn't about economy, it wasn't. We didn't have the financial constraints, right? And it was just, we're living in this utopian society, and people play sports because they've been, it's been determined that is the best role for them to be a productive member of society.
Yeah.
That would never happen, right? You'd find a way to have like Kawhi and and
No,
DeMar.
exactly. I mean, look, it just kind of comes down to how big are you willing to dream, and how big, like my grandfather used to say this thing about bathtubs and oceans. He used to say you can feel very big in a bathtub, or you can allow yourself to feel very small in an ocean. And you can get lost in an ocean. You can drown in an ocean. It's very difficult to drown in a bathtub. It's safe. It's comfortable. It's familiar. But man, it's so much better to be in an ocean, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely.
And that's the point, right? So when a player comes in the Raptors fan base, this is a very widely accepted narrative around the league that this is a fan base that is very insecure. A very insecure fan base that always has rabbit ears about what people in America are not saying or saying about them, what their athletes want to play here. And you know it. Like I've talked to players who were just like, what? I remember one player telling me, he's like, why do they keep asking me what I think about Toronto? It's a fantastic city. Why do they keep asking me what I think about it? And I'm like, oh, they don't know it's a fantastic city. They need you to tell them. It's such a weird insecurity, but it's true because a lot of Canadians have this idea that Americans think of Canada as some sort of second-rate thing.
No.
And this has been sort of washed into the culture of Americans making fun of Canadians in cartoons and all sorts of stuff. And naturally, players like Chris Bosh, Antonio Davis, Vince Carter demanding a trade, even though it had nothing to do with Canada. And Vince loves Canada, and I know that. All these things that have happened have only further cemented this insecurity about American players. And so Brian Colangelo, he came here and he's like, okay, let's solve this problem. We're not going to bring in American players. We're going to bring in all European players, and we're going to completely beat this because there's going to be tons of European players, and guys like Dirk Nowitzki and Steve Nash, they don't care. They don't care.
Yeah.
They don't, because they like it. They like it. And they found a market inefficiency. But then Masai Ujiri comes in and he's like, no. Different philosophy. We're going to change the entire mindset. I have never, I don't know if you have in some other sport. Let me know in the chat if you have you ever heard a general manager or a president ask a fan base to believe in themselves? Believe in your city, believe in yourselves. These are Masai Ujiri's words.
Yeah, yeah,
Ask
yeah.
yourself, ask these people, go and tell me when a Boston Bruins general manager asked Boston fans to believe in themselves. Go tell me when the Vancouver Canucks general manager said, believe in yourselves.
Oh my God, no, that would never happen. They're the fucking shittiest
Facts,
franchise ever.
facts,
Oh my God.
facts. I haven't either. I've watched a lot of sports.
That's a really good point. Like a really good point.
So the question then becomes, why did he feel the need to say that? Why did Masai Ujiri feel the need to ask this fan base to believe not only in themselves, but rather to believe in this vision of something being possible? You see, this concept of a country being behind a player, we've seen demos of what Toronto can do for a superstars brand.
Right.
One of the Vince Carter.
Oh yeah.
Vince Carter posted his best box plus minus and value of a replacement in the playoffs for the New Jersey Nets, not the Toronto Raptors. But he was 10 times bigger with the Raptors than he was with the Nets. Granted, the Nets are not New York, but man, it's close. And if he was box office, I'm pretty sure the New York market could have covered him a little bit. But at that point, his brand had withered away, and it just wasn't what it was here. Because when coming up here, Kawhi, San Antonio, blip. Yeah, he's winning. He's second in MVP voting. Don't care. Not on ESPN every day. Comes to Toronto, ha ha ha. I don't even know where you're sitting at. Whatever he did. And it's freaking everything he did was magnified. And it was so, and now he's doing commercials. And now he goes to LA and he's so irrelevant. He's so irrelevant. People forget he's in the league now, but he's in LA. It's a huge media market. Toronto has proven over and over, if you are a superstar here, you become so big. Because whether people want to admit it or not, this is an important team in the NBA in its weird way, either as the ugly stepchild that is losing for 10 years with Andrea Bargnani and whatever, or as that team that won a championship. Think about the championships that have actually stuck out and mattered. Do the Spurs championships stick out? Not really. The Heatles championship, the first one, but like who won the championship in 2015? Could you really tell me? Exactly.
Oh my God. Yeah.
So that's my point, right? Like, but most people can't, and that's the point. Like 2015. If I say 2019, almost any person I talk to is like, that's the year that Kawhi carried y'all, or that's the year the Raptors won. And it's so big, and everything we did about it was so big, and the world saw 3 million people. It was like 2 million people. It was a crazy number of people. It's like the biggest parade I think I've ever seen, the biggest rings I've ever seen. Yo, you can build something here. And I think what Masai Ujiri was asking Raptor fans to think was, hey, man, you guys deserve better, but you're not going to get better until you believe you deserve better. And so what I've always noticed with this fan base is they root for underdogs because they identify with underdogs. They root for your Matt Bonners. Like they give him a standing ovation. If Matt Bonner ever showed up to, oh my God, they give Matt Bonner like a louder ovation than they give Vince Carter. Like it's crazy how much like they love this guy. And he's a lovable guy, and he's incredible. And I've met him before. Awesome dude. Jerome Williams, awesome dude. Amir Johnson, awesome dude. All of these guys, role players, hustle guys. Not what your championship backbone is built on. Your championship is built on your Tim Duncans, Hakeem Olajuwons. These are the guys. And so this fan base has this weird like fixation on trying to turn role players into stars. Because they saw it happen with Kyle, right? Kyle wasn't a star when he kind of came in. He kind of became a star. And DeMar wasn't really like a top 5 pick, and he kind of became a star. They like making stars. Like they like forming these sort of like makeshift stars. Like they like the Pascal and Fred story more than they like the Scotty story, in a weird way. Because the Scotty story feels unfamiliar. The Scotty story feels like the guy from Florida who left twice. I mean, think about it. Like Vince, Tracy.
No, I
those are
like,
high lottery
I
picks. They're
I
both
get
from Florida. They're both super athletic. They're both wings. They all left. So this impoverished franchise, which, Coach Mo correctly said had this homeless shelter, mentality,
Yeah.
has this idea that Freddie All-Star is our All-Star. That's who we can identify with. But this guy from Florida, top 5 recruit, McDonald's All-American, thinks he's this and that, whatever, doing all these commercials. Fuck this guy. And this is the type of player who leads you to championships. And people need to realize that very quickly.
Exactly.
I don't know if this city has ever really had a superstar that they fully embraced. I mean, they called Vince a baby. They called him soft. People don't realize, like, for years.
Look what they do with Austin Matthews for the Toronto Maple Leafs. I mean, any team would literally give up anything to have that guy on their team.
Mhm.
And there's always some insecurity. Yes, I know historically, winning playoffs have not been a thing, but
Yeah.
that's what happens when you have a poorly run team, right? And they're trying to head in that direction. And if you think any one of those players, like, even, take whatever you want, like Fred VanVleet is probably the only guy I would say didn't get hurt as much by losing, if that makes any sense. Like,
Sure.
he looked at it as it was a transactional thing.
But he wasn't a superstar.
No, he never has been.
He wasn't a real star at all. And I mean, he's been paid like one, but I don't think anyone in Houston is even remotely, like, if I asked Houston, what is it? Is it bench, cut, or kill, fuck, marry? Like, what was it? Like that sort of three thing or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, he's dead every time.
Yeah.
If it's between him, Jalen Green, and Alperen Şengün, like, they're bringing him to the pasture.
Yeah.
So he is not the third. He's not the fourth most important player to that team. I guarantee you, okay, like, let's say there's a expansion draft tomorrow, right? And they can only protect 5 players, and their fan base has to vote on the 5 players that they can protect in that expansion draft.
Fred's not one of them.
Fred is 1,000% not one of them.
No.
Like, I'll bet my life that he doesn't get 5% vote. So, like, you know what I mean? Like Cam Thomas is probably getting some votes. Amen Thompson. Like, this is what that franchise is about. So Fred is never going to be that guy for anybody else. But he was weirdly enough, if you had asked people 5 guys you want to protect, there are people who would have voted Fred over Scotty last year.
Yeah.
And the year before.
I want to jump back to what you said in terms of like the people of Toronto or fans of the Raptors.
Yeah,
we'll say.
And I say this as someone who's not from here. That's
right.
why.
I appreciate that. Like, I was surprised hearing that you were from out of town and you've chosen to live here. So that's even showing my own, like, Torontonian.
Yeah, look at this New Yorker. He chose to live in Toronto. Why is he living in Toronto? And this is the thing. Like, I have always, this has been my philosophy my entire time here. I hate this defensive, American focused mentality. I hate it. I hate it because it's so un-American. Sorry. I'm so sorry. It's hilarious, but it's true. Like, as an American living in Canada, I find it to be hilarious that I objectively look at life as an American, but now as a Canadian, I bring the same American attitude to everything. And so when I deal with these Canadian media people, whether through email, through text, or through Twitter, I'm bringing my New York energy to them, and they don't know what the fuck is hitting them, because, quite frankly, like, I mean, it's very direct. It's extremely direct, and they are dodging and running. But it's the same thing with when I started a film festival, and I was told immediately, you can't start a winter film festival, and I was like, why? There's nothing during the winter. Why wouldn't I start a winter film festival here? Yeah. It's a film festival. Films don't shoot as much in winter. This would be a great time to get people, off season. You know what I mean? Like, this is a great opportunity. And they're just like, that's a good point. Never thought of that. I'm like, you've been here for 15 years. You didn't think about this? What are you talking about? They're like, yeah, but it's just not done. And I was like, why is it not done? They're like, Americans don't like coming to Canada in the winter. And I was like, what? I was like, what are you talking about? And I mean, this is coming from somebody who walks around in shorts during the winter. So I was like, oh, all right. I get you. So we started this film festival, and my goal was to bring the whole world to Canada during the winter. So we bring people from Germany and France and Japan and LA. And oh yeah, some of them hate it. Don't get me wrong, some of them fucking hate it. They stay in the hotel the whole time, but they come. And by the end of it, they always say, I've come here for TIFF. I've come here for Carabana. I've never come here in the winter. It's actually quite beautiful. Even if they hated it, by the end, they appreciate it a little bit more. And I say this to say this, that you cannot, because at the end of the day, you have to think the way Masai Ujiri is thinking. And, you know, Pendance has nothing to do with Masai Ujiri. I'm sure he probably has never heard of it. Maybe he has heard of it. I think he might have heard of it, actually. I think I have an anecdotal idea of why he would have heard of it. But it has nothing to do with him. He did not found it. But it was very much founded in the spirit of the same thing as We the North, which is it's about us.
Yeah.
You know, why are we thinking about who is going to come and who's not going to come and who's going to stay and not going to stay and who likes it or doesn't? Fuck that. And you know, Masai Ujiri took 2 fines. Number 1 was fuck Brooklyn. You have an Nigerian American man saying fuck Brooklyn, which is New York, huge market, on a Canadian stage, and he took the fine. It's a very calculated fine. He had no problem taking that fine. The fine was calculated because it was about an attitude. It was about an attitude, you know, and people don't realize this entire shift to Darko. Darko's favorite word is swag. It's about an attitude. And today we saw this team come out with a fucking attitude. They went in this team from wire to wire. And if Ron Harper Jr. doesn't come in, probably they beat them by like 40 points. My point is, like, they really like, they took it to this team. They had a point to make, and they didn't care. They didn't feel sorry for them. And I hope they take this attitude into every freaking game. Like, I hope they whip the Philadelphia 76ers like this. And I'll be so proud of this team. But it has to start with that swagger. You know, it has to start with toughness. And that starts with belief and confidence. And that does not start by looking at other people and saying, will they come to my country? This weak mentality needs to be wiped out. Yeah. And I've met so many cultures that adopt this very weak, let's say reflexive, almost like reactive mentality. No, man, be proactive, you know? So yeah, maybe people aren't going to show up to your film festival in the winter the first time it happens, but man, if we didn't fill up the seats in the second year, right? In the third year, and it's different and it works because it's different, and it's different because it's what I wanted it to be. And that's what it is. And it doesn't fucking matter, you know? And I think that, like, sort of that attitude is so important. And that attitude is what is missing from this fan base sometimes, which is, I don't care what this fucking player thinks about Toronto. It's a top 5 city. What are you talking about? Love this city, you know? So this attitude, and that attitude will then transfer also to the players who come here. They will see how much you appreciate it, and they will also appreciate it. But if you just have these nerdy, dweeby, idiotic media guys, so what do you think about the CN Tower? Is it like a mini New York? Oh my God. As an American, coming over here is the most nauseating and stupid thing. And you just feel the weakness. And the first thing you think is, oh, I can't wait to leave. Oh, I can't fucking wait to leave. I've talked to so many people who come to TIFF, and they say the same thing. They're like, this place is exhausting. The first question is always, what do you think of Toronto? What do you think of TIFF? What do you think of that? What do you think of that? And it's just like, it's always like, praise us, praise us, praise us. It's like that really insecure girl, you know? Like, and you can tell she's insecure, and you don't want to be around her, you know? So stop being the ugly stepchild, Toronto. You have advanced.
Yeah, Canada's trying to be what is it? The guy's always brown nosing for a raise in the office. I worked a corporate job for like close to 20 years, and
what'd you do?
Primarily analytics. So
sweet.
Yeah, my background is in programming and analytics, but I'm making a wholesale change in life right now. So I'm actually going to become an electrician. So
that's cool.
Yeah, I like working with my hands a lot. So that whole feeling I feel could
Mhm.
be encapsulated by that one statement that OG was quoted. He's like, "I don't shoot to miss," right? And that mentality of like, of course we're the Raptors. Like, what the fuck is like? I would imagine one of the most painful existence in NBA fandom would be being a Knicks fan. You know,
Mhm.
because they expect like top tier basketball and they haven't had it for so long. You're like the mecca of basketball, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
I would lose my mind. Anyways, I haven't watched most of the game. I'm gonna like I
Enjoy
record
it,
and
man.
rewatch.
It was a beauty. Enjoy the energy the Raptors brought. I loved it. I'm so happy that just having these conversations with you and your goat, I am now feeling awake. I was
Oh,
not
nice.
awake when this live started, but I have become awake now, which is good. I think the coffee is finally hitting my system. That is
Sweet.
awesome. I may not look awake, I may not look great, but I am awake. So thank you
Oh,
so
you
much
look
for
great.
helping me wake up. And thank you again for the lively discussion. I really appreciate it, man.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
See ya. Bye.
Bye.
Maximilian saying, dude, you should have a channel, YouTube. You got a great voice. I think he does some podcasting. So yeah. Rob, do you mind touching on Scotty's substitution patterns against my last nerve? I can't stand it. What can you not stand about it? I tend to agree with you. The lineups today were not great again. So the lineups have not been great in general. I have not liked Darko's substitution patterns. And yeah, like that's just I'm not sure what more to say about it other than, I think there's a lot of jumbled pieces. It's interesting. Like there were things that were happening today that were very interesting. I'm very sorry that I was so sleepy when we started this live, and now I'm having to bring up a very important point of this, and 90 minutes into this live. But OG Anunoby's passing today was incredible. Did you notice that? Right? It was great. Like he was drawing two to the ball, and he was like a pick and roll ball handler. And he talked last year about how he wanted to do more of this. And this offseason, Darko said, you're gonna have an opportunity to do this. And I just really like the fact that take Siakam out first, leave Scotty in to play the entire quarter. So I tend to agree that this might be something we're trying out right now. Siakam wants to play this sort of post up isolation style basketball. And clearly the lineup with Malachi, Grady, these guys, they're struggling to score right now. They're struggling to shoot. Now, I don't think that Pascal Siakam is necessarily the best or most dynamic passer so it's a little bit tough. I think it's a little bit tough to go to him and ask him to carry a unit with four guys because he is technically, per Boxman Finest, your worst starter. I don't know if that changed today. I doubt it. No, I don't think that changed after today. I think all five starters played really well, and I think he played really well. So I very much doubt that after today, he's not still your worst starter. So it's a little bit difficult, but I think that might actually lean into his play style, and it might actually help that unit generate some much needed points so that they're not completely bleeding energy. One of, however, that unit's calling cards has been defense, right? And what I mentioned earlier was OG and Scotty really is like the lifeblood of that lineup. It really helps, right? Seeing weird no auto. I'm okay with it. I mean, again, like you're still trying to work him back, so are you gonna play auto garbage time minutes? I mean, if he was out of the rotation, he was out of the rotation. There's really no need to put him in, right? No Siakam trade talk. Yeah, I don't really care if you want to talk Pascal Siakam trades. Like I'm not yeah. I'm still like I proposed a trade to the Golden State Warriors for Andrew Wiggins, and everyone came back to me and said Andrew Wiggins is having this horrible season. Well, since we are willing to excuse horrible seasons based on one performance, Andrew Wiggins had a great game last night. Okay. Let's bring on Nassif as our last caller. I think I need to go to sleep really, really soon too. Nassif, what's up, man?
Hey Rob, how are you doing?
I'm good.
I'll come clean right now. I didn't actually watch the game. I
Oh boy.
it's like I checked the third quarter a little bit that they're up like almost 30 points. So I'm like, I don't think I need to watch it. But I did check out some of the VODs. I think this was a good game for them to practice like some good habits, like off ball movement and like defense, like team defense, like communication and all that.
Mhm.
A few things I noticed. Pascal, he looks good on defense,
How
but
are you noticing things of a game you haven't watched?
I checked like the third quarter. I watched some of the third quarter. I didn't watch like what do you call it? Like watch the full game. So that's what I'm saying. Like I didn't watch it.
Right. If
That
there's
makes
something
sense.
specific you wanted to talk about, I don't want to do
Yeah.
the whole play-by-play thing
Okay.
again.
Yeah, not too much. There's just the one point. At one point, I noticed like Pascal's like he's calling out defense, and then he's like sitting on the baseline, covering both the guy in the corner and like the paint. I don't know if like maybe it's like a thing Darko designed. I don't know if
Mhm.
Pascal's actually like pretending to play defense or if he's actually trying. So that's why I'm concerned, like if he's actually buying it or not. Defensively, at least.
I wasn't too concerned with much of anything Siakam did today. Like, I mean, I was most impressed by his willingness to move without the basketball. Like,
Right.
mainly my big complaint this entire season has been that when he doesn't have the basketball, he's useless. He just stands in the corner.
Sitting
He
in the
does
corner,
nothing.
yeah.
So today I saw him flash into space. Like there was space, and every game I'm like, cut, cut, cut. And today I'm saying cut, and he cuts, and I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing. I mean, here's
Yeah.
the thing though, as I mentioned earlier, this is basic basketball shit. He should be doing this every single game. The fact that he wasn't
You
is
think
like, it's to me, it's a really weird double standard. And this is why I got so angry yesterday on Twitter, was because I'm like calling out Samson and calling out these other people that are just not calling this shit. And now you're crediting him for doing it, but you weren't telling, like, you were saying that he wasn't not doing it before, but now you're like saying, look how well he's doing this. And it's like, bro, go back and study this. The tape, these cuts have been there. The space has been there for him to cut into, flash into space every game. And he hasn't done it. He's just stood in the corner. And so, it's really hard to get people to see something they're not willing to see. Earlier today, I opened up my Instagram requests, and typically I try not to go into this because people wrote me some really crazy shit last year, including a lot of like death threats and shit.
Oh my.
So I didn't want to just ruin my day by reading this shit. And I was just like, chances are, if I know the person, they're probably going to follow me. I'm going to follow them back. So I don't really need to watch. I don't need to read this shit.
Yeah.
And I went back and I went through and I started reading them. And man, it's just like nice thing after nice thing after nice thing after nice thing. And it's just like so many people with this like outpouring of support. And there's this one specific message from somebody who said, I think I want to explain to you why people they can't, like, you're having so much trouble with this Pascal Siakam subject. Every time you bring it up, it's so difficult. She said, you're trying to get people to see something in a player that they're not willing to see. And they're not going to be willing to see that he's being lazy or that he's not cutting or that he's sabotaging the offense. They're not seeing any of that. They're not going to see that. They're only going to see what they're going to want to see. And she's like, the box score, whatever, right? And the double standard drives me insane personally, right? Like Scotty did, like anything he was doing. Like the question that I asked Samson yesterday on Twitter, and to anyone who follows him or me, you can, or Pensar Basketball, you can definitely go see the conversation for yourself and judge for yourself whether I was being unfair to Samson when I was talking about this. I was just like, I want you to ask a serious question. If Pascal Siakam was posting 7.0 or 6.8 box plus minus, and Scotty Barnes was shooting 23% from three, how would y'all be talking about this?
It was almost like that last year. He was 3.9, I think, last year. Box plus minus.
Who was?
Pascal, I think.
2.9?
Or was it 0.8? I don't remember exactly. But
he was 2.8 or 2.9. That's not the point. I'm saying if he was posting 6.8 box plus minus, if Pascal Siakam was sixth in estimated plus minus, and it was Scotty Barnes, right? our
Yeah.
third-year prize possession that we held out for Kevin Durant trade talks and Damian Lillard. If this guy was 0.2 estimated plus minus, 0 box plus minus, 23% from 3, would we not be hearing a really different narrative? Would we be hearing, oh, let's run the ball through Scotty in the post? No, I don't think we'd be hearing that. I think we'd be hearing, I can't believe we didn't trade this guy for Kevin Durant and fucking Damian Lillard. I think we'd be hearing, this guy doesn't work hard. I think we'd be hearing, I can't believe we didn't trade this bum. I think we'd be hearing that Cade Cunningham is better. I think we'd be hearing a lot of really mean things. And in both cases, it never made sense to me, because in one case, you're talking about a guy who makes $37 million and is 29 years old, and his struggles are forgiven. But on the other hand, you're talking about a guy who's 21, 22 years old, and he makes $8 million, and no one should be complaining that he's struggling because he's very young. And his struggles make people very angry. And I feel like people are using their own personal issues with themselves to vent at a player who is really nice and really works hard. And it's bothered me so much. And when I approach it from that angle, it makes me really angry. And then I sit on Twitter for 8 hours and get really mad at these people. And I just can't understand it. And I've never been able to understand it. And I don't think I'm ever going to be able to understand it. I don't understand how Kobe and LeBron can do the same thing and get completely different things. And this is something that I think I've just never been able to understand about people, because it's not something that I have as in myself. Like for me, it's like for instance, I can't stand the way Pascal Siakam has played the first 7 games. But the minute Scotty Barnes played 1 quarter like that, I ripped into him too. Do you see what I mean? Like last post game live, I was like, Scotty, like he needs to play more force. He's being super passive. Blah, blah, blah. All the same he's not guarding her enough. Like all the same criticism of levying to one guy for playing one way and playing also. I'm not saying like I'm super impartial or I'm like the fairest person on earth. I certainly am sure I have my biases, but I'm like, I can't understand why I would say one thing. Like if Scotty doesn't cut into space, which he almost never does, he never misses it, almost never. Or if Scotty doesn't make the obvious pass, or if Scotty just holds the ball too long, I'm going to be like, why are you holding the ball too long? Like Scotty's been off target on his passes a lot. I've called it out every time. I'm like, he's off target. He's off target. Why is he off target? He's throwing, because that's how I would call anyone doing it. So I can't understand the double standard between players. I get that's my blind spot. I can't understand.
I think it's the double standard is there because, like, Pascal's been on the team for so long. It's like how we love DeMar DeRozan for a similar reason, even though he had his issues. Mm-hmm. But I know Pascal is not nearly as good as DeMar. I feel honestly, like as a talent. Yes, he made All NBA twice, but DeMar that team was basically DeMar's team up to 2018. So
they're very, very similar, but Pascal's a better defender.
Yeah,
and I like DeMar. I like DeMar more. Like I followed DeMar since he was 16 years old. I followed his whole story. I wanted us to draft him. I was so happy when we drafted him. Like I wanted this dude to be great. I mean, I'm not kidding. I drafted the DeMar story and the Scotty story is really funny because I started drafting Scotty to Toronto in NBA 2K18.
Wow.
Yes, I have proof. I have pictures. So I started drafting DeMar. I have a picture on Facebook of this in 2007 when he was in Compton. I had a created player, DeMar DeRozan, and I think he was like wearing number 11 or number 9 or number 3. I can't remember what number, or 8.
Right.
And I would draft him to the Raptors and I would dunk on everybody and he would be like 95 overall. And sure, he never became that player. But man, like this prophecy came true twice. And it's really quite interesting. And the first time it did not end the way I wanted it to. And I wanted DeMar to win a championship here. And he didn't.
I think it's that. And like Pascal has also talked about like how loving living in Toronto, right?
Sure.
I don't doubt that Scotty hasn't said that. So I think it's just like time, time versus like skill. Like Pascal has so much time on Scotty on the team. So that's why maybe like more fans are enamored by his gameplay, like his skill and whatnot.
I think it just might be.
It's just it's like a bias. It's like a bias that built up over time, and now like they can't let go of the negatives. Like let go of the positives to see the negatives.
I think there's like some sort of like he won a championship here. He is like an attachment to the championship. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And Scotty didn't win the championship, so who does he think he is? He didn't do that. So how can you ask? So it's funny because, you know, this Bobby Webster quote from last year, how do you ask an NBA champion to tank? That's the mindset of this fan base, man. How do you trade an NBA champion? Right?
Yeah.
And
we asked
it's
about
like
that with Fred as well.
How you deal with it is next play. Next play.
Yeah.
Like I can't stand this nostalgic look at what we did mentality, and I think it's beta as fuck, and it's weak. I think it's weak. I think it's weak to just sit there and just brag about what you did like 4 years ago, 5 years ago. Yeah, it happened. Move on. You want a gold medal? Congratulations. It'll be on your tombstone, but I want to win it again. And that mentality of like coasting on your success of like I used to be, you know, this idea, like, I mean, they used to say this old thing. They used to say, if you're in a relationship and you start focusing too much on the start of the relationship, when you're in the middle of the relationship, you're near the end of the relationship. Yeah. Think about it, right? You're with a girl, you've been with her for 2 years, and she starts going like, you remember when we first met? Yeah, y'all about to break up for sure. You're about to break up real fast, right? And that's the point, right? Like people get nostalgic when they're sad. So this idea of like, you know, Freddie won a championship, blah 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 blah. People rewrite history all the time, and then you try to shake them out of it. You're like, yo, remember what he did there? They're like, yeah, but he guarded Steph Curry, and it's like, okay, like I wish we had Scotty Barnes guarding Steph Curry. That would have been really fun for Steph Curry to try and navigate around that, you know?
Yeah.
Or I wish we had Scotty Barnes to guard, you know, somebody like Draymond or something like that. Like, I mean, it's such a weird thing, you know? It's like, how can you hold it against the guy for not being here? It's such a stupid thing. But then there's like that loyalty and misguided omerta of like, we won a championship together, and so we have to be loyal to Pascal. And it's just like, bro, like, he not loyal to you. Fred wasn't loyal to you. You got a nice taste of that loyalty from Fred VanVleet, right? He sabotaged your entire offense, gaslit your fucking entire fan base, and then took off.
And then he said and then he on the way out, he said, I'm being painted as the villain on his way out.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm never going to be painted as a villain. Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's exactly it. Right. Like, so it's just, and I mean, like, and what did you lose? Like, you probably lost a lot, you know, you probably lost assets. You probably lost development time. You certainly, you know, bought into him insisting that he needed a center as a pick and roll partner, and you parted away picks for that. And then he just walks and leaves. And now you got Dennis Schroeder. It's such a, you got played by a dude who was a businessman, and you're running a business. And so Dennis. If it happens again, like, man, these guys are dumb.
Okay, I have one question. You were talking about Pascal. You know, he's like basically hitting his prime, like the twilight of his prime.
I think he's done. I think his prime is over.
So I'm worried. He's due a max contract next year.
Mm-hmm.
Why are we actually going to sign for him? Are we going to sign and extend him, or, you know, like trade him? Because if he's on his twilight already, then we should be.
I don't know about twilight. I'm saying peak, and then there's like a slow fall off from the peak. And if you're a quick twitch athlete or like a run jump athlete, whatever, the fall off could be real quick. And if you're not, maybe the fall off is like really gradual, but you'll see it. You'll see it. It pops up with injuries. It pops up with a little lost step on defense, a little small can't play as many minutes.
Yeah,
like Pascal's entire value over the last
couple years,
7 years. Has been the number of minutes he's played, the number of possessions he can play, the amount of energy he brings, two-way impact, etc. His defense has been on a consistent nosedive for like 4 years now. 5 years actually. So you're every year you go forward, you're losing value on defense. Every year. He's not a bad defender. He's not DeMar DeRozan. He's not Luka Doncic. He's still a competent defender.
He's just
but he's no
plateauing.
longer like a top 20 defender. It's like it's floating into top 70, top 80 range. Okay. So he used to be like he used to be able to play like the most minutes in the league or whatever. That's gonna go away. Like once he gets to 30, you're not gonna be able to play the most minutes. Like
It's
whatever.
basically gone this year, isn't it?
Pretty
He's
much.
playing like 27 minutes or no 35 per game.
Yeah.
That's a lot less than last year. I think it was 42 last year, so it's or something very close to that with Nurse.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like it continues to go, like the value of his penetration, the quickness,
Okay,
the ability to break down the defense, etc. So unless he fundamentally changes his game, it's kind of like how Chris Bosh did, like to just shoot more threes, or like how Kevin Love did, just shoot more threes and do less post ups. There can be a second prime.
I think he doesn't actually. I feel he doesn't doubt Scotty. I think it's just like the fit is not there. I think it's not that he doesn't doubt him.
I don't know.
I know it's hard to see
what that means.
I mean,
doesn't
like
doubt Scott. Who
you
doesn't
know,
doubt?
I don't think he's like, you know, passing off Scotty, like not gonna play off of him. And I know we see the plays that he's actually like not setting screens for him and whatnot, but I think it's just the fit is not there. You know, as I think Coach Moore, someone pointed out yesterday or last game, that, you know, if they play together, it doesn't look good. But they'll have a game where Scotty goes off for one half, and then Pascal goes off for the second half. But it's never, or Pascal has a good single game, Scotty has a bad game box like box score wise. But then like they do.
Yeah. No, I pointed that out, and the only game they both played well together. Well, apart from today, they played well together today.
I think maybe it's just
but weirdly
there.
enough, it was still seesaw. So Scotty did most of his damage in the first half. Siakam did most of his damage in the second half.
Yeah.
Right. So it was still a seesaw. It's so funny that way, though, right? It's like they can't both get going at the same time. Richard Pilsky saying Pascal gets better every year. It's a trademark of his game. Dude works his butt off.
I think you're not watching the right game.
Yeah, you're not. Like, I mean, I understand. And you know what? Like, having dealt with Pascal super fans like all night, I can tell you, like, honestly, some of the most difficult and annoying.
All you got to do is watch him off ball. That's all you need.
Oh,
you see, like,
it's hard. But, you know, he's like, he played so well today. It almost makes me think like I just wasted 8 hours of my life. Like, he played so well. Like, I mean, you know, like it's not even so well. He just did everything I've been complaining he's not doing, and it just worked so well. And I'm just happy. I'm like, bro, do this 70 more times. We're good. Like, I won't say anything. Like, whatever. You know, you can have your.
But again,
you know,
this is the Pistons.
Like, great. Let's do it against the Magic. Like, let's see it. You know, let's do this against the Magic. Like, maybe you don't score 23 points, and that's fine. Like, just buy in. Just buy into your offensive role. And everything we did today, like, maybe if you do this against the Magic, you win by 2 or 3 instead of 30. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
everyone counts.
Tony saying, I bet they're showcasing Pascal after the trade for the track is clear for Scotty.
I hope so.
Yeah, one would hope
him.
so, man, because like honestly, like 30, like he doesn't. I appreciate the fact that he's buying in 40 plus million, 45 million.
So like more than like 45, like more than Fred VanVleet then. What he's getting off his.
I think it would be the same contract or more. Yeah.
And OG also is owed a contract next year.
Yep.
Is it?
Yep.
Okay, so I think
that would be tough.
I think Wasai needs to get to work. But I mean, he's probably already at work, but something has to happen.
Yeah. Anyways, any final words, man?
No, I think that's it. I'm just worried about like what goes with Pascal. I hope he buys in, and that's it. Like, if he buys in, we're actually, I think, at least a top 6 seed team, honestly, if he buys in. But if he doesn't, it's like, I don't think we make the playoffs this year. I mean, like the play-in. Like, right?
Wow. Okay. Yeah. That's a pretty reasonable take, man. All right. Thanks a lot, calling in this evening. Thanks, bye.
Yeah. Have a good day.
Yep. All right. I am about to head off to sleep. Any final thoughts? I liked what I saw today. I saw everything that was promised. Oh, we got Dell. So I'm not going off to sleep. Dell, what up, man?
Yep. How's it going?
How's it going? Did you watch the game?
Like in and out. Had to do something with my girlfriend, so not as much as I would normally. But
What the
yeah,
hell? The Raptors played the best game of the season, and like
awesome.
no one watched it.
I was
I
like, what
feel
are the
bad.
chances?
What are the chances?
I'm telling you.
I was actually pretty sure if Jalen Duren played that this was a 50-50 game.
Yeah.
I was like, man, there's a 10-game losing streak. We have a team that is used to like sort of like playing down to our competition. This is like a risky, you know.
That's
But
fair.
yeah. What did you observe?
I actually really it's well, I'm not sure. I didn't catch a lot of this live, so I hope I'm not repeating points. But I thought that this team did a lot of the things that I hoped they would do. They moved the ball a lot. I was trying to look for both good stuff and bad stuff as far as I guess game plan and process is concerned. And it's the Pistons as well, and they also had a terrible game, to be fair, from what I could catch. So I'm not reading too much into it. But I
They
like
were
that. I like that.
horrible. They
You
were
know,
horrible.
it wasn't the kind of win that came from us doing the wrong things, is what it felt like to me. And again, I didn't watch the whole game, so I can't speak on that super confidently. But what I saw,
I think that's a very accurate and very perfect way to look at this. A lot of the stuff that, it's funny, like there were so many process-based things that they tried today. So they've been talking about playing Precious Achiuwa more as a pick and roll ball handler and as a passer. They tried that today. It worked. It worked pretty well in most cases. He ended up with 5-6 assists. They've talked about getting OG reps as a pick and roll ball handler and a decision maker in those screen and rolls, and he was making those reads today in ways that I haven't really seen him like with high frequency. Like maybe he does it once every 5 games, but I think I saw him do it 3 times in one game, which was like, wow, that's frequent. I saw like Scotty just pushing pace, just being a catalyst for pace, a catalyst for movement. And I saw him so engaged defensively. It was insane. He screamed at a player 5 times on the same play. 5 times on the same play. I'm like, bro, you're gonna get a technical. Like the refs are gonna get tired. Like, wow, like, whoa. He's just like, It's hilarious.
Like I saw clips of him.
Same play. I'm like, bro, it's Isaiah Stewart. It's not Steph Curry, but
like, does he do that all the time? Is that just
all
me? I
the
saw
time.
clip where he
All the time, and it's getting more frequent. He wasn't doing that too much last year, but like, I mean, I broke down a lot of games where you saw like, if he was late to a shooter, he would always do it.
I see.
It is disruptive, though. It is very disruptive. It's weird. Like he is locking out like all sorts of weird advantages in his own weird way. Like sometimes he'll actually dart at people with a funny step pattern. I don't know if he knows that he's doing it. I'm pretty sure he does. But like sometimes he'll just come out a little bit like wide and then he'll dart at them. Like it kind of just adds this level of intimidation to it, Or like he'll lead with his hand down and then immediately swing it up, almost to distract them. Like he's seeing on a slightly higher level, yeah, like all the no looks that people thought they were like all showboating in his youth tapes. Even when he would look back at the defender before dunking on transition, people always thought that was showboating. But I think that was just how he made another advantage in the game. Like, it's like you're getting in the other team's head. There was an entire thing Raptors Moments broke down, which was his little interaction with Kyle Kuzma. I think it's hilarious. And I noticed it too. And I think I mentioned it here, that Scotty was saying something to Kyle Kuzma. And as he was talking to him, it looked like Kyle Kuzma just got lost in thought. And then the very next 3 plays, Kyle Kuzma proceeded to absolutely fuck up everything. Like he just completely lost the Wizards game almost single-handedly by himself. He steps out of bounds, he forgets to play defense, and then he misses a layup. And it was 1, 2, 3. 3 most critical plays down the stretch. You don't win the game if he makes any decision different than the one he made in those 3. If he makes that layup, you don't win the game. If he doesn't step out of bounds and he hits the 3, you don't win the game. If he defends and you don't get that, he had to make all 3 mistakes, and he made them all 3 right after Scotty was talking. So I wonder what Scotty said to him in that moment. Kyle Kuzma was actually someone who defended Scotty when all the work ethic issues came out last year. But I wonder what he said to him. Did he say something, and Michael Jordan would talk about this too. He would always talk about like the game within the game. He would say things to guys, There was one story, I don't know if you've heard this, where Michael, he was saying like something like 48, 46,
Oh,
44. And the guy's just like, what's he doing? And then he realized somewhere around the second quarter that he was counting down to 0 and that he was going to hang 50 on him. And that type of thing can really mess with an opponent's head. And I think Scotty is really starting to understand like how to screw around with the opponent's head. And this sort of game within a game, like screaming at a guy 3 times, like the guy is even thinking like, who does this? Why would they do this? You know, I'm not even shooting. Why is he screaming at me? You know, and it just gets him off thought a little bit. And maybe he wouldn't do this to LeBron because LeBron would just not care. But to a young team like this, you can actually rattle them a little bit like this, you know?
Yeah.
There are some times where, you know, even like a really big defensive play can really rattle a team, you know, like a block where someone pins you to the backboard when you thought you were wide open can really, really rattle that player's confidence for a little bit. And I think these are the subtleties of the game within the game that Scotty really understands.
I'm with you. I want to ask just an important question I felt like I wanted to get across before, or if I got on the call today. Do you think, I don't know how loosely I can use the word sustainable, but do you think what you saw tonight, you will see more often from the Raptors?
I really hope so, man. Siakam moving off the ball, Precious Achiuwa taking shots in rhythm, defense looking really connected, Jakob Poeltl communicating perfectly on the back line, Dennis Schroeder applying pretty solid, very good point of attack defense, the bench coming in and looking united, Chris Boucher standing in a corner launching threes. Granted, what he did in the last 5 minutes of his stint, that is between him and God. But what he did in the first 14 minutes was beautiful. Scotty running transition, being in the middle of the floor, like there's so many good things about this game. It's almost like, man, like Malachi really lost his minutes today. I think like he did not play well. Grady did not really play very well.
Really? Like, I'm
Yeah,
surprised.
Grady played 3 minutes in the first half, and then he was basically glued to the bench until garbage time. And in those 3 minutes, like you could feel that he was losing momentum in the game. And Darko was just like, let me not fuck around with this 20-point lead. They don't come around very often. I had a lot of questions about Darko's rotations today as well. Like he had his starters in up until the fourth quarter, and the game was almost a 40-point blowout. Did not understand that. Maybe I'm wrong, but they had already pulled Cade out. They had already pulled Amena Asar out. So I don't understand why they would have Scotty and OG. And I personally, I would be so terrified that they would potentially get injured or something, and then I would have like this. So maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think I would have had them out.
I want to even touch on that as well. If I'm watching any team that I enjoy soccer-wise, what will tend to happen is that coaches are really trying to firm up playing styles through games. So even if they're quote unquote won, especially when it's early or like a new coaching staff has come in, you want to make sure that you draw that down. I suspected that might be what it was because I came in late to the game and like I caught the tail end, so I couldn't really see what happened before. But I assumed that's, I don't know if that's a common thing in the NBA, or if that's unreasonable to say. But I had assumed, I guess, that was what Darko might be thinking.
I think you're right. I think because OG has not played in a while, and trying to get him some rhythm. Maybe, making sure Scotty has a little bit more time to get out there. And, even from a statistics standpoint, like playing 24 minutes on a night like this, when the rest of your teammates play 29, 30 minutes can maybe even hurt your numbers a little bit. And those numbers can be, impactful later on down the line with all-star, all-NBA stuff. So maybe he's even remotely mindful of that. But ultimately, I think it's just securing the win, and as you said, like making sure that the play style is getting reps. But it's like it's very difficult for me to believe that you're getting better reps in game against the Detroit Pistons than you would in your own scrimmages.
That's a very fair point.
Yeah,
are they usually that bad? I've never watched them play, or this year at least.
Not this bad. Okay, Jason Choi, I'm gonna ask you to stop this. And I'm asking politely because I know that you're a member of this community. But this dog whistle baiting of like hate fest bro, I don't have to like your favorite player. I really don't. I don't. Okay. I've been nothing but complimentary of him today. I said he played fantastically. He did amazing things, like that simple basketball play called cutting into space. He did that today like 4 times. I was very proud of him. I find it kind of crazy that he's an all NBA player, and I'm like just happy that he's doing the thing that I expect a high school basketball player to do. And then that may sound like hateful to you, but honestly, man, like I had to watch this guy not do that thing for like 11 games and then listen to this entire media space tell me that he was doing it. So I'm a little bit frustrated at this point, a little bit burned out. But please don't turn this into a Siakam hate fest or whatever. Don't do that. I can disagree with how a player is playing without hating them. Just like I can disagree with Dennis Schroeder having, so many on-ball reps. I don't hate Dennis Schroeder. I don't know Dennis Schroeder. There's no hate here. Okay? So just please stop. My favorite player is Scotty. Yeah, I don't care. What congratulations. That doesn't matter. That's neither here nor there. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. When you bait and you say Pascal hate fest, like there is a legit reputation that I have apparently that I only like one player on this team and don't like any other player on this team. And I thought that was so crazy. And then I actually like saw it and it's just like he only cares about Scotty, only cares about Scotty. And I actually I had to second guess myself there. I was like, my God, is what they're saying is true? Because I generally assume that people are telling the truth when they're saying stuff. So I went back and I checked. I was like, have I talked about any other players? Yes, I've talked many. Have I talked good things about other players? Yes. Have I talked bad things about those other players? Oh my God. And then I realized, let me make a little collage of all the players that I haven't talked ill of. And guess who wasn't on that list? Scotty Barnes, because I had talked ill of him last game. But there were like 10 players on that list that I had not said anything bad about. And those are all players that I really like. I just have a particular vision for how this team should play basketball. And if we have players on this team that are not going to play that way, then yeah, I think I have a right to be upset.
That's fair.
I think that's kind of being a fan. It doesn't have to be hate fest or whatever. This becomes very toxic when you start using the word hate. It's not hate. It's critique. Grow up. Yeah.
Well said.
Anyways. Yeah. Anyways, though, you were saying, sorry. Yeah.
No worries. I mean, if there's anything else, I'll expand on that. Can I speak a little bit about this fan base? I know that's a little left field from the game, but
go ahead. Yeah.
One of the calls I was on before, I mentioned something, but I didn't really get into it as far as like something that surprises me about how Raptors fans see themselves. Maybe it's because we're not in the States or I don't know what it is. But sometimes I feel like the way Raptors fans either think or talk about the game, I might be exposed to the wrong fans. Maybe I'm seeing the wrong stuff on Twitter, but I get the sense that there's an inferiority complex and we should just be happy for the crumbs of good that happened to this team. Oh, you have a player like Pascal, doesn't matter what he does, as long as he performs and gives you whatever he does, however he does it, I'm happy with that. The team won in a blowout, but the wrong way. It doesn't matter. Raptors win. We were down 20, and then we won by 1 because the team was trash. And I'm like, I don't know. I'm not even calling other fan bases better or anything else. It's just there's a certain type of okay, I'm going to use the Philly fan base for it as an example from what I've seen. Again, I've not been following basketball that long, but
yeah,
when I watch the way that they go after the media, the fan base, their players and their teams, and demand a certain level of performance, sometimes they don't do it the right way. But I love that level of expectation that fans should have for the players, because this is not a God-given thing. Like, yeah, it's a privilege to be able to play at the NBA level, to be able to come and perform, to do what you love and everything else. And we get that angle of the whole, I guess, narrative, if I can call it that. But my problem is when, at least looking at this, the Raptors versus a Philly versus an LA, you just accept a certain type of mediocrity that I feel like anywhere else, it just really wouldn't be that. And I don't know if it's always been that with Toronto. I can't understand it. I don't want to accept it myself, because I feel like when you lean into that, you'll never expect better. Like, well, if you allow yourself to fall in love with doing things the wrong way, you just, it's too micro. You need to think at a bigger scale. How do we get to where we want to be? Are we doing things to like work towards that end, or are we just playing into certain players' strengths at the risk of the bigger picture? To me,
I completely agree. And look, I don't like Philly fans. They boo their own players at times.
It's a
Yeah,
bit
but
crazy.
they'll boo you at the Garden, man. Like if you put up a sorry ass effort at the
Yeah,
Garden,
let you
they
know.
will fully boo you.
Yes.
And I am fully New Yorker. Like there's such a weird thing about me. Like sometimes like I try to figure out like is it the Europe in me? Like I grew up in Paris a little bit too. I grew up in Italy a little bit too. I grew up in
Mhm.
Nashville a little bit too. I grew up in Jersey a little bit too. But man, the New York part is like it's just cemented. I don't know if it's because I spent between ages of 5 and 8 there, and then again from like from 11 to 12. I don't know if it's like those formative years, but like something in me is just very definitively very cutthroat about things, and it has to be this way. And so if you trash, you're trash. And if I'm trash, I'm trash.
Yeah.
I don't sugarcoat it. I don't go around it. And, people call that hate here. It's a very soft, way of looking at things.
I agree.
But it's funny, you're bringing this up, and I don't know if you caught the earlier conversation with Jonathan,
Mm-mm.
but we literally talked about this. We talked about this
Oh.
whole thing. We talked about like exactly what you're talking about. How about, and I asked him, I was like, have you ever heard another general manager say to their fan base, believe in yourselves, the way Masai Ujiri said to us? And he drew a blank. And so did I. I can never think of that. I can never imagine, because you never had to tell anybody else to believe in themselves because their belief level was never so low that you needed to augment it with your own belief in themselves.
Correct.
When we heard our general manager say, fuck Brooklyn, that inspired some confidence. We, the North, this whole brand is an attitude.
Yeah.
And it's been lost. The attitude has been lost. The swag has been lost. We're trying to get it back. And it starts with, Scotty Barnes in a game against the Boston Celtics saying, D me the fuck up. Screaming at them in the fourth quarter, D me the fuck up. This attitude of like, bring it. We're ready,
Mhm.
I'm glad that Patrick Beverley said we were dogless. As a fan base, we're sort of dogless too.
That is. So I was about to get. That's facts. I was about to get very like.
Yeah,
Man, it
and
makes
I
me
mean,
feel
like,
away.
it's so. Oh man, it's so weird. Like, I went at this dude yesterday, and I was like, bro, this is my issue with what you're saying, and he's just like, this is not fair. You're misinterpreting. I've never been this unkind to you. I'm like, whoa, what the fuck?
But we're talking about basketball.
What kind of shit am I dealing with here, bro? I'm like talking about your fucking work on basketball, and he's just like, I pray you understand that I've never been as unkind to your work as you've been to my work. And I'm like, what?
I don't
The
know, man.
fuck? We talking ball, bro. You said Pascal Siakam needs to go in the post. I'm telling you why I didn't need to go in the post. Like, let's stick to ball. And then he gaslights you and tells you, look, we're just talking basketball. I feel like you're misrepresenting my work and taking. And I was like, bro, like whether I'm talking film, whether I'm talking film festival, whether I'm talking like university, I always deal with this energy in Canada. And I don't know where the hell it comes from. I don't know why they're all like this. It's professors, it's all these people that are like this. And I just want to wipe it away. I just want to wipe it away with one broad stroke. And I think it will take time because this is a very young country, like it is a young country, relatively speaking, it's a young country compared to other, European countries and even compared to another North American country. It's a young country.
Mhm.
And it's a country that has grown up kind of in the shadow
Yeah.
of another country.
That's-
So it can be somewhat difficult to find identity when your identity is so strongly rooted in the secondary identity of another country.
That's facts.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, a really good example is in film. So they have Canadian content quotas, right, for art grants. So if you're going to start a film festival, you have to have a certain percentage of films that are going to be from Canada. Now, in theory, that makes sense, but also kind of weirdly defensive, right? If you think about it. Like, Charles Krishnamurti. Great content as usual, Rob. 2 cents on Siakam. Good player with bad roster fit. Not his fault. Masai double down on poor spacing, overpaying for Pirtle. Both winning players in bad roster construction. Look, man, like everyone needs space. Everyone needs space. Everyone, Charles. Everyone needs space. I want to just address this. And you're right. It's not an ideal roster fit around Siakam. but it's also not an ideal roster fit for Jakob, right? It's also not an ideal roster fit for Scotty. It's not an ideal roster fit. Everyone's life becomes harder. It's a compounding problem that hits critical mass once you extend it too far. So Jakob, I cannot judge a player for being less than what I know they already are. It's like if I were to sit there and be like, Fred VanVleet, why are you not 6'8"? No, he can only be 6 feet tall. He can only be as fast as he is. I cannot ask him to do anything that's beyond his physical limits of his contributions. So with Jakob Poeltl being a non-shooter, I cannot ask him to shoot. What I can ask him to do is to move quickly, to cut quickly, to make quick decisions, to swing the ball from side to side of the floor, so that the lack of spacing that he is creating is also creating spacing.
You mitigate the flaw.
Yeah,
Extend.
exactly. So it's like with Fred VanVleet, you know, like with Fred VanVleet, he's undersized as a defender. So he works really hard as a defender. He's extremely smart as a defender. He's very strong-handed as a defender. He used to be a pretty good point of attack defender. He's very strong in terms of like cross-matching in the post. He's a good screen setter. He wasn't a terrible rebounder either. So all of these things are like him trying to bridge the gap of his undersizedness. He's a good shooter. That bridges the lack of finishing ability at the rim. So it's all about trying to balance it out, right? So just as every individual player must balance out their strengths and weaknesses. So if you can't finish in the paint, you must become a better three-point shooter. If you can't shoot three, you have to finish in the paint. Like it just works, you know, on a tandem. You have to be able to produce on the basketball court. Like if Asar Thompson couldn't hit layups either, like the Pistons could not play him. If he cannot score from anywhere, he has to be able to score from somewhere. And the more places you can score from, the better. It's like the whole problem with the Philadelphia 76ers, like that they ran into with Joel Embiid and Ben Simmons, which is where do you put one and where do you put the other? And so often you would see them play better without each other, right? And they kept holding on to them because they were like, well, maybe one day Ben will take threes. But it's like Ben didn't take threes. But Ben was a hell of a player. He could score 42 points, 40 points just getting downhill and driving. And at some point, maybe they just had to make a choice between one player or the other player. And they decided to make both players' lives hell because they both needed space. So what they did was they put Ben in the low post and they started getting Joel to shoot threes. And weirdly enough, this really helped expand Joel Embiid's game so that he became almost like a point center. And now all of that is being unlocked in Philly. But ultimately, Ben Simmons was doing his best to create space. He was standing in the dunker spot. He was trying to set picks. He was trying to do this and that. Jakob is doing his best. Pascal Siakam must also do his best. So he is shooting terribly from three so far. He finally got one to go today, which was amazing. He really, I felt for him when his three went down. He screamed fuck so loud and he prayed and he did all of the, like you could really tell like he wanted that to go down, and I was very happy for him that he got it to go down. He has not been shooting well though, and he is not providing spacing if the defense is just able to sag off of him. Yes. So he has to keep taking those shots. Jakob has to keep setting screens, and they all need to move. And yes, you're right. Like if they can go back in time, maybe they sign a center or trade for a center who can shoot, but they didn't. So we're stuck with this roster now and make the most of it. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. What were you saying?
Actually, what were we saying? I think you were speaking. You were talking about the Canadian mentality as being a young country identity and such and such and such.
Yeah. So, anyways, I think we can slowly get out of it by thinking more of what do we want, and on a very individual basis. I think this can be applied to each of us. Actually, we often walk through life wondering what people think of us. I don't know if you do. I used to a lot. I used to wonder what someone thinks of me. I used to, before I would say even something, like maybe I'd be on a date with a girl who's very, very beautiful, and maybe I'm feeling a little intimidated. I would think like, what can I say to her right now that she will be impressed by the words that I'm saying? You know what I mean? I would spend so much time trying to get her to like me that I wouldn't even stop to wonder, do I even like her?
I feel you.
Right? And I think a lot of us are like this. You know, we get into this impression forming thing, and we don't even stop to scan. We're so into the people pleasing element of things
You
and the
don't
being
stand on
polite
yourself.
and nice that you completely neglect yourself in the equation. And so my shift came. I think I told this story once before. There was this very attractive girl that and this was also a thing, you know, like when you're young and you're a little bit insecure, the most attractive girl, the it girl, the girl that all your guys, you know, all your friends want to date, that girl, that's the one that is going to absolutely bridge the insecurities. Because if you can get her and they all wanted her, then you are king shit, right?
Yeah.
I feel like this is a pretty common thing, right? Give me a W in the chat if you can identify with that. You know, the baddie that everybody wanted. You know, the girl that everybody wanted to dance with. You wanted her, right? So I finally got that girl to say yes to going on a date, and this was after a 3-year relationship had ended, and I was feeling good about myself in this period of time. Like I was working out, I was like really feeling. I was feeling good. Like was making good decisions for myself every day. Read Atomic Habits by James Clear. Great book. And I remember making this promise to myself that I was actually not going to deal with what I consider low quality behavior in people. It just
Right.
was. I'm going to have zero tolerance to it. And I believe lying is low quality behavior. And so I showed up to this date and I got a text from this girl and we were supposed to meet. I can't remember exactly. It was like, let's say 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, whatever, 6 o'clock. I get a text from her at like 6:02 or 5:02. Hey, I'm going to be 10 minutes late. And she's already 2 minutes late. I left.
Wow.
Immediate. This low quality behavior. You should tell me before you are late that you are late. So as I go into Bay subway station and I get out at Broadview and I'm going home, I get another text from her at 5:18 or 6:18, whatever it was. Sorry, got held up another 10 minutes. And I just kept saying, okay. I get home. It is, I want to, whatever, 6:40, whatever. Said, hey, I'm here. Where are you? I said, I'm home. She was shocked. She was shocked. She couldn't believe it. But I loved it. I was so happy. I was so fucking proud of myself because honestly, man, 16-year-old me would have waited for 2 hours.
Yeah,
I would have waited and waited and waited like a fucking idiot. And it doesn't matter, you know, at the end of the day, it's like, it's a girl, whatever, it's a job, whatever, you know, like we go into jobs, we go into dates, we go into, you know, sometimes friendships, we go into social situations, parties, and we're trying to schmooze, we're trying to get something. And it's like, bro, I don't know if I like you. And it's so funny. The minute I started approaching things with this mentality, it shut out a lot of people and it brought in a completely different set of people. And the people that it's brought in, oh my God, they've changed my life. They've changed my life. Like the people that it has brought in are the people that I never seemed to find when I was younger. Like these incredibly high quality people, people of faith, people of goals, people of purpose, people of sometimes success and wealth, people of just high character. It doesn't matter if they believe in God, don't believe in God. I find weirdly enough that at least half of them do definitely believe in God. I feel half of them are very financially successful, but there's nothing really overlapping other than they are people of very high character. And these are just people that I always found like very lacking in my life. So yeah. So I think once you start to stop trying to please other people and you really start to ask about how you feel about other people, you make different choices and you feel different too. Yeah.
Well said, man. I feel like this can double as a self-improvement channel. That was good.
My girlfriend often says that, well, a lot of people have commented that this channel has that sort of double-edged sword where it sometimes bleeds into life. And I think that's pretty cool too.
Was that a goal or is that just how it's panned out?
No, it wasn't a goal. But what I noticed was, so I had started a dog walking company in 2006. And then I started a tutoring company in 2010. And I started a film festival in 2017. I started a film company in 2015. And then I started this in 2021. So what was interesting was a person who had seen me run the tutoring company
and the dog walking company saw me making a film.
Mhm.
And she said, it's so weird that across 10 years, you've grown more than any person I've ever known in 10 years, but you're the same. Somehow you're the same to everybody. You're the same in all of these situations. Never stop bringing that part of you that makes you into everything you do, because it's a very important thing.
Mm.
And I was like, man, that's so weirdly consistent, right? Like whether like because these are very different things. Like people here, they don't know me as a filmmaker. If you ever saw me on set, you'd be like, who is that person? It's so weird. And I'm pretty sure if you saw me, if like we closed down the dog walking company because of the and the dog training company because of the pandemic. When it happened, we were down to like 18, 19 clients. It didn't make sense to keep going.
Right.
But at one point, we had 144 clients in downtown Toronto. Can you imagine, like right now, Pensari Basketball is walking down the street with like 9 dogs? Because I did it and I was pretty fucking good at it, or tutoring kids, or like working at a hedge fund. Like these are all like different walks of life. And, standing on a stage, introducing a film festival, these are all different parts of life. But in every single thing, my goal is to just be myself. And if being myself leans into a conversation about my mother passing away, then that's where it's going to go. Yeah. Yeah. So it was not a goal, but it certainly was not the goal.
I get that.
If that makes sense. Yeah. Anyways, Del, I always appreciate our calls. Thank you so much for calling in, man. I really, really appreciate it. And definitely, if you have some time tomorrow, definitely go watch the first half of this game. It was really interesting to see some of the intricacies in terms of how the players guarded, played on offense, the intensity. It was just such a professional effort. I'm very, very proud of this team. Yeah.
I'm going to try to give it a look. And thank you again for putting me on. All the best.
Absolutely, man. Cheers. See you, man. Bye. PZTV, Siakam is asked to do too much on this team. Put him back on a contender. Sure. Absolutely. Let's put him back on a contender. Hang on. So I just want to say quickly, Leanne, thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate it. And to everyone who's sent you super chats, this is very nice of you. I apologize, man. Like we don't get a lot of these games, and for me to be sleepy during the one we do get, I hope there are many more of these blowout victories, these wire to wire, where we don't have to worry in the fourth quarter. Is the team going to blow it? Is it? I hope there's more of these. I hope there's more of these. Not super chats. Sorry. I hope there's more of these wins where we don't have to panic and where we see beautiful basketball. Again, if you don't follow us on Twitter, follow us on Twitter and go check. I'm not kidding. Literally from the first minute, I was like, oh, wow, this is amazing. Like, this is different. Siakam's amazing. Like, he's doing great. I don't have any problem with the player who plays the right way. Please understand. This is not personal. It's never been personal with me. I mean, with Fred, it became a little bit personal. That's just no cap. It became personal with Fred. It's different. But with Siakam, it's completely about play style and what he's doing to this offense. Today, he allowed this offense to function. I hope the people, and honestly, can I just be real? I feel a lot of happiness for Darko Rajakovic too. We're gonna go to post games because I completely forgot in my sleepy state. Like we got to do post game analysis. Like what am I talking about? Like there's definitely. I'm assuming they did post game pressers, and I don't know what we're gonna learn from a 20-30 point blowout, but let's see what we learn from it. They did release it, right? Does someone want to let me know? Did they release it? They should have. Hang on. I'm going to find it. And hopefully I'm going to find it. Ah, perfect. OG, Jakob. Oh, OG. This is going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing because he is extremely, extremely funny person. And probably he's going to be asked about his finger. That's my guess. Also, Jakob is definitely the best interview. Okay, so basically interviewing Jakob and OG to me is like those are my two favorite players to interview. Because Jakob is remarkably honest and OG is remarkably funny. And basically if I want to listen to these, I want funny and I want insightful. So let us listen to what Jakob. I'm dealing with pop-ups, man. I'm trying to like get this. thing to download, and I have dealt with 12 pop-ups already. Come on, man. 18 pop-ups. That's 19 pop-ups, and now it is finally going. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Oh, wow. You think so, huh? I think you're kidding. I hope you're kidding. Okay. Okay.
What's it like playing when you guys are playing that efficiently against anyone?
Oh, man, we're just unstoppable when we play that way. Get out in transition play, share the ball, less turnovers. I mean, it's really tough to beat us if we play that way.
What are you seeing,
Damn
especially being a
straight.
versatile big man yourself, in the paint, in the post, when you guys are, you guys got 70, I believe.
Okay. He's been better, but I really, really, really hope he doesn't do that whole top 5 thing again, man. Please
Points
don't
in
do
paint
it.
this game.
I mean, just continuing to play, finding my way through as the games go on.
Thank
and
you.
just playing really, you know what I mean? Yeah, just continuing to play.
And then defensively, you guys had a solid performance there as well, but is there anything that kind of stands out to you that you want to touch on or think about further?
I just think we just got to continue to trust it. I think we did a great job today. Just in our schemes and stuff, we just got to continue to trust it. Guys got to, trust each other. And as long as we continue to build that trust moving forward, I think we'll be just fine.
Yeah, it looked like there was a lot of opportunity, or you found a lot of opportunity.
Is it just me, or like does Precious Achua remind you like very much of a musician? Like he feels like every musician I've ever, like an R&B musician. He's got that sort of low, like, I don't know, something about it. He's very chill about things. I remember there's this one party that I remember he was DJing. He just felt very in his element. I wonder if music is a part of his life.
Opportunity to make some passes on the inside off of rolls and things like that. What's the key when those kinds of plays work?
For me to find people in the...
Yeah, or what makes them available? Is it you finding them? Is it that spacing? Is it maybe defense? What is it?
I mean, I think it's a matter of like us having a physical advantage in the paint with our wings against a lot of teams, and then like since I've gotten here in what was it, like February last year, we've learned more and more like that chemistry. So like Pascal and OG, especially those guys, like they're looking for it every time now, and like we're designing plays for it as well, like because it's been working for us.
You and Precious offer really different looks at the center spot. How much fun is it when you guys play together?
I mean, it doesn't happen a whole lot, but when it does, I think we had a pretty good stretch last game as well. It's fun because I think we can both fill that role. And there was a stretch in the Celtics game where they were guarding me with the guards expecting the pick and roll so they can switch it, and we just ended up sending Precious into the screen, so like we're not really allowing that pre-switch to happen too much. And then he's so versatile on defense, like you can really put him on anybody, so like it's never going to be an issue on defense. It's, if anything, it might even help us on defense. So yeah.
You've had stat lines like tonight's before already this year, but you look really comfortable tonight. Did it feel that way to you, or would you agree with that? Like the comfort level, just.
I think today was just one of those games where the ball was on a string for us. I mean, we saw it in the numbers as well. Like the assist numbers are pretty high. And it's not just like one person with like 20 assists. It's like throughout the whole team, like everybody was sharing the ball, everybody was moving well. So you create a lot of easy shots that way. And we found ways to break down their defense. And it feels like we just made the right read throughout most parts of that game.
Good to be back.
Yeah, it's good to be back for sure.
The people want to know.
It's not PZ who's about to get banned, Jason. It's you. Okay? You need to stop. Like, this is not necessary energy. This was a good game. Chill the fuck out. There's no one that I banned that wasn't trolling at all. I didn't ban people for saying Siakam's good. I don't care if you think Siakam's good. Tell me Siakam's good. Don't troll and don't derail. Don't get insulting, and we're cool. Okay? Just stop. Just stop. Whatever you're trying to do right now, stop. Whatever energy you have right now, chill. Go touch grass. Go get therapy. But stop. You understand? This type of beta energy is not necessary. This. You instigate and then you play victim. It's not cool. Just stop. We're about to get into a very funny interview. Just enjoy. Chill the fuck out. Somebody said I was Will Lou, had to cry. Okay, cool. That's what therapy is for, man. All right.
Laceration.
What type of housework were you doing?
I just cut my finger. It's all good.
And like, how bad a cut was it?
I had to get 5 stitches, so it's a pretty bad cut, but it's getting...
Did you know right away? You're like, oh.
No, I didn't know.
So it wasn't like gushing blood all over.
It was gushing blood. But thought I was fine.
How does it feel now?
It's all right. It's getting better every day. So
The journalism integrity is amazing.
Theory that by practicing with your left hand, you're going to make your right hand better.
I thought he was onto something. Yeah, I liked it. No, I enjoyed it. It was good.
It must have been sort of odd to just spend 3 days, or however many days it was like that, just doing everything left-handed.
No, but it was good. I liked it.
What did you like about it?
It was fun. Trying new stuff. You know, just doing everything strictly left-handed. It was good.
What did you try?
Everything, like scoop shots from like 3-point range, shooting threes left-handed, all my free throws.
Bro, can we take a moment to just W this? This is next level hilarious. This is my comment of the night. Can I start nominating a comment of the night? This is my comment of the night. This is hilarious. Not that I want anyone to get hurt. I've sliced my finger before. It's painful as hell. Fingers gush, but that's hilarious. It's good wordplay.
So,
Do you feel like you have learned something? You're going to work some of those things into your game? I assume you're not shooting left-handed threes moving forward, but...
yeah, I'm going to continue doing that stuff. So, eventually, yeah.
Didn't you do a lot of that stuff when you had the thumb injury? Last year, the year before? Finger?
Next topic. Can I be OG's anger translator here? This is why I'm not paid enough money, bro. Shit. Gotta deal with these people every night.
It was good. It was good. It was fun to play.
At any point did it irritate you, or anything you caught or shot, or?
Like grabbing the rim, like on trying to dunk, and then some rebounds, some catches.
I feel like this is the funniest yet most unintentionally hilarious, because I don't think they're trying to be funny, but it's just so funny.
Like catching the ball to shoot for 3, but I'll get used to it. So.
Yeah. Apart from what he's putting on the floor, what is Dennis bringing to the locker room in terms of his personality?
No, Dennis is a great leader. He's a great teammate. You know, he's always positive, always lifting everyone up, and you know, he's just a guy who leads by example and leads vocally. So yeah, he's a great teammate.
Just pulled exactly what he said about Fred VanVleet last year.
You see the evolution of Scotty's game. In what parts do you see it evolving the most this year?
I would say all around, offensively and defensively. He's active on both sides. He's shooting the ball really well. He passes the ball really well. He's always done that. He's just turned into a great all-around player. He always has been one. He's getting better and better every day.
Scotty, looks like one of the strongest points of the game for you guys was that stretch to start the second quarter. You were playing with the second unit, and you had around 3 or 4 assists in there. You made a 3 and assisted on some other guys' baskets. And how much focus are you putting on kind of really helping drive that second unit when you're in your West?
I think that's been one of our either things that we need to work on this year. I feel like sometimes that second quarter when we start off, we really need to get to a good start. So just being able to play with pace, moving the ball, that just really helped us. We was making shots, so it really helped us when we got it going, made shots, played with pace, and we moved the ball back and forth.
I know you pride yourself on being a really versatile player who can do a bit of everything on both ends. Are there a few areas of your game where you feel most comfortable at this stage of your career?
I just play the game and whatever comes to me, that's really what I take. I feel like when I'm out there, I'm myself, and me having the ball, being in pick and rolls, me playing off the ball, no matter what it is, I'm comfortable doing it. I'm everywhere out there on the floor.
Darko was just in here saying, and he was joking a bit, but he was saying, if you're good at, not you, if a player's really good at 3 things in the NBA, he could become an all-star. If he's really good at 4 or 5, he might be out of the league because he's tried to do too much. So what's your ultimate vision of yourself as a player, I guess?
I feel like my game is still growing. That's really just the main thing. My game is still growing. Shots developing, getting better each and every single day. Just keep working on it. That's really the next step for me, for real.
So, you got a bunch of good defenders in that starting 5, but what does it mean to you, to the group, when OG comes back and rejoins?
OG helps us so much. Being able to have a physical, strong presence that moves his feet really well, defends really well. He guards everybody, one of the best, if not the best defender in the league. So, he helps us a lot. How smart he is on the defensive end, how well he's able to move his feet, him being able to contest shots, just being so physical, guarding those primarily guys. So he helps us a lot.
How much did you notice the last 3 games without him?
Teams, they've been really getting to the paint, being able to kick out. So him being there, it helped us. Him being on Cade, slowing him down, not letting him be able to get to the spots where he want to go. Having that size and length out there, it just helps us a lot.
There were points in recent games where it looked like you wanted Precious to shoot a couple times when he didn't. Tonight he was getting him up and he was open. How important is it to have a center who can really stretch the floor out for you?
Him just doing what he does out there on the floor. I feel like it really helps us when he's out there defending, using his length, being able to shoot the ball. When he plays his game, he does really well. No matter if he shoots it or if he doesn't shoot it. When he rolls to the basket, he really helps us a lot too. When he pops and shoots a 3, it just depends on the time situation and how he reads the defense. So if he feels comfortable taking those shots, then that's when we want those shots.
Scotty, after more than 1 month with him, what can you say about what Dennis is bringing to the locker room in terms of his personality? If he is very vocal as a leader, if he's a joker, I don't know.
Say it again?
Yes, after 1 month or more than 1 month with him, what can you say about Dennis Schroeder is bringing to the locker room in terms of his personality? If he's very vocal as a leader, if he's a joker, I don't know.
He brings high spirits. Being a leader out there on the floor, just continue to pushing us and motivating us out there on the floor to continue to get stops, continue to play with pace, moves the ball. You see him out there. He does a lot of things for us on the court, picking up full court. That brings energy to everyone. It's infectious. It's infectious out there on the floor when you see him picking up full court. A guy that's been in the league for a while, picking up full court each and every single game. So that shows something that's special. He's willing to put his body on the line each and every night for us. So he's out there being a leader. I feel that's what a leader is, being able to go out there on the floor and show everybody what you can do.
I believe that's a single-game franchise record for assists before he was 44. What did you like about the way the ball moved all night?
We spoke at a halftime. At a halftime, we had 23 assists, I believe. And, when you played the way we played in the first half, it's such a natural thing to go in the second half and stop moving the ball and stop playing together. And I told guys, let's not talk about after the game how we had only 7 assists in the second half. And they did a really good job. Over the course of whole game, we moved the ball, we were finding each other. I still thought that we had even more opportunities to find open men and move that ball. But overall, with 44 assists, we made shots. It's good.
The assists led to good shots. Is that what, rather you get make passes to get bad shots, but tonight you said make passes to get really good looks.
Correct, because we were really aggressive in attacking the paint. Start of the game, we were able to establish a lot of aggressiveness on defensive end. We started the game with physicality, deflections, and steals that led into transition opportunities. We were able to touch the paint and score quite a bit in the paint, 70 points in the paint tonight. And then we were aggressive that way to the paint. It just collapses the defense, and it's much easier to find open men and also to knock down those shots.
A few solid games from Precious here over the last week or so. Is it just a matter of him getting healthier, or is there something else that you're seeing and liking from him recently?
He's doing a good job, and I expect him to do even better job. I think he has a lot of potential, a lot of talent, and I'm hard on him. We were talking every single day what I want from him, what this team needs from him, what he's capable of giving us, and I want that to see every single possession he's on the court. I thought he did a great job today. I want even more.
You said before the game that him playing at center really, and this is a quote, unlocks a lot of skills and traits. Today he was hitting threes, he was driving, he had 5 assists. Is that what you mean about playing center unlocks skills and traits for you?
There is always that, how you going to numbers 1 through 5, who's 1, who's 2, who's 3, who's 5. It's not really about that. It's not about center or power forward. It's like putting him in actions that's going to unlock his skill set. And he did a really good job. There's going to be opportunities that he will be playing together with Yak, and that will keeping him in a high quad or in the corner, that we will expect same thing from him to do. He had one bad shot that I thought in the first half, and he over dribbled. We talked about it. He knows all of those situations. I want him to be aggressive. If you're catching the ball, to shoot it and attack aggressively, do that. But we as a team cannot play with a lot of dribbles and getting some step back shots. That's not who we want to be, and that's not how we want to develop our team. And he did a hell of a job the rest of the game, just being aggressive, living in the paint, connecting with his teammates. That was really, really good game for him.
A lot of high lottery picks sort of just get the ball on day one and get to sink or swim and get a lot of reps. Scotty, because it's been a more competitive situation and he has so many good players on his team, he's had to do a bit of everything over time. As a coach now, seeing him as closer to what he's going to become, how good is that for you? How many options does it give for you in play calling?
It is good, but at the same time, it's a problem because he has so many traits, so many things that he can do on a high level. I always say, if you're really good at one thing in NBA, you're gonna find your contract. You're gonna survive in this league. If you're really good in 2 things, you're a heck of a player, potentially starter. If you're really good at 3 things, you're all-star. If you think you're really good at 4 things, probably you're out of the league and playing in Europe. You cannot be extremely good at everything, and that's a problem that I'm having with Scotty, because he's good at multiple things. We gotta find those 2 or 3 things that he's gonna really take the jump to the next level and become an all-star player, which I believe he is.
What are those 2 or 3 things that you see that you can hone in on?
We're still figuring it out, but as you can see, he is such a good driver to the rim. He's really good connecting with his teammates. Sometimes playing him at a position where he can set the screen and roll opens up a lot of things for us. It's a still process in work. He's still 22 years old. I'm first year head coach. We're all learning.
Against the Wizards and Bucks, you spoke about the team having a slow start coming out. What do you think about the team's start today, especially against a squad like the Pistons and on a Sunday?
We're playing in NBA. You succeed in NBA if you're everyday guy. If you're capable to bring it every single day, if that's Sunday at 4 p.m., let it be. Sunday 4 p.m., you gotta be ready to go. You gotta find way to motivate yourself and get yourself in a right mindset to go out there and to do the best for the team and to play your best performance. I thought that we did really good job. Our starters set a tone, but also guys coming off the bench, everybody really took us to another level. And I thought that we played a really good game tonight. Obviously, Detroit is the team that's missing like 5 or 6 important players. Next time we see that team, it's going to be a completely different team, and we got to be ready for that as well.
In the first quarter, Pirtle had a UCLA cut from Schroeder and then a back cut from Schroeder the next possession. It seems like a lot of the cuts for him when he's on the elbow are east-west. How important is it to get those north-south cuts to really get his passing going?
Any cuts that are going, they're away from the rim, they're not really that effective, and they're not putting the pressure on defense. But every cut that's strong cut towards the rim are really good, and what we're really working on is finishing those cuts, because as a player, you're going to try to make a move, and after 1-2 steps, I'm not going to get it. But actually, all of those passes are coming really late when defense thinks, I got it, and now pass is there for layups. And I thought that he did a really good job with that tonight, but also our whole team was cutting really well tonight and creating those opportunities.
Okay, so Tony, do you want to call in? You can call in if you want. I don't know if you have time right now. This would be great. But if you wanted to explain why this was the most insightful quote, if you don't want to, that's fine. The reason so I have mixed feelings about it, but I see where you're coming from on this too. And I tend to agree with where you're coming from on this. So when you think about LeBron James, right? Like when you think about LeBron as a player, what is LeBron as a player, right? He's good at a few things. Like Kobe Bryant is good at a few things. Kevin Durant is good at a few things, right? Like Kevin Durant is not doing 85 different things on the basketball court. He picks his bread and butter. It doesn't mean that he can't. It's not talking about left and right, left hand, right hand, counter. This is not what we're talking about. Scotty Barnes is a point guard, shooting guard, small forward, power forward, center. He is a shot blocker. He is a point of attack defender, a backline defender. He is a pick and roll passer. He's also a pick and roll roller. He is also a spot up shooter, which he's actually performing very well in this year. He's basically generally good at everything. What Darko is talking about is, okay, let's say he's a my creative player in my 2K. Let's say he's a creative player in my 2K. It seems that Scotty's development curve has basically been, how can I be 72 rated at everything? It's like a 72 rated post player, 72 rated passer, 72, okay, maybe like 85 rated passer. Passing has always been ahead. His passing and IQ has always been the ace in the hole. That's the 90 skill. But everything else is like 72, 72, 72. And so what Darko is saying, instead of trying to climb everything at once to 73, then 74, then 75, then 76, and then tapping out at 25 as this Kyle Anderson type, like a very souped up version of Kyle Anderson, how do we turn you into a real MVP like a Luka or a LeBron or a Jokic like this, right? What this will require is for him to disproportionately develop 3 things. I think the number 3 shouldn't scare you at all, right? Hey, Tony. Tony's calling in. Hey, Tony. How are you?
Hey, just a second. I need to fix something. Oh yeah. Okay. I think it will work now.
So, to anyone who is not familiar, if you remember the Darko Rajakovic interview, this is the gentleman who conducted that interview. This is Tony. He's working in media in former Yugoslavia. How are you doing, man?
Hi, Robert. Hi, everyone. I'm sorry. I tried to plug in my earphones and something just snapped and I had to reset. So that's why it took a while.
No problem.
But yeah. Anyway, finally, I saw a Raptors game that I enjoyed. Then I didn't go to sleep in the halftime or something like that because
Can you move a little bit closer to the microphone? You're getting lost.
Okay, I'll try. This is better. Not really. Maybe this will help.
I don't know what's going on. Are you calling in from your phone or
No, from my computer. But as I said, something happened when I tried to plug in the headphones, and I don't know, is it something down?
are you able to call from phone?
I'll try.
Yeah. It will be 100% better. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try.
Yeah. Well, you just I'll remove you from this and then just call from that device. I'd be very interested to hear what he has to say. Very, very smart. Very smart. I think you'll get a lot from this conversation. And even though I am desperately sleep deprived, the coffee, Darko Rajakovic and I have a lot in common. Number one, we're both from Chachik. Number two, we both love the coffee, man. I was actually offended when I heard this this thing about Monty Williams saying no one in the world is drinking more coffee than Darko Rajakovic. I'm like, man, if I could turn this microphone, if I could turn this camera and just give you a snapshot of my room, it's like 4 coffee cups in here from just this morning. So yeah. Okay, so to continue my thoughts, and hopefully Tony will be able to figure out. I don't know if this is Tony. Is this still your laptop? Yeah, it is. Yeah. So I think he's gonna call him from his phone. Anyways, so to explain this, like when you look at stars, look at Dirk Nowitzki. Dirk Nowitzki's a great example, right? Or Jokic, any really star you want, or Luka. What is Luka great at? Luka's a great pick and roll ball handler. Luka is a great post scorer, and Luka is, an evolving shooter. Let's just put it that way, right? This is bread and butter. It doesn't mean that he can't do it from the left corner, right corner. It doesn't mean he can't post up at the high block, low block. It doesn't mean he can't operate from pinch post or low post. He can do it from everywhere. But his game is predicated on post play, pick and roll play, right? And this is how you can develop. Darko has like a tremendous amount of experience with development. And he's right. You cannot develop in all directions evenly all the time. You will explode. Basically, it's just not done that way. Look at Kareem. He had a sky hook, right? He had the counter to the other shoulder. Like, you can expand it only so far, right? And you can become great at things, but you must become great at things. What I was noticing when I was looking at Scotty Barnes, Tony Garefa, you feel very trollish. I don't know who this Salvatore person is, but they remind me a lot of the Ken Bazemore people. I mean, you have a very pathetic life, and that's okay. And you're gonna create new account after new account. I'm gonna ban you 100 times, and that's okay. You're not getting under my skin, man. Don't worry about it. As I was saying, it's not about moves. It's about areas on the court and play styles. So pick and roll ball handler is one thing. Scotty has to become this, right? But that doesn't mean that he can't roll. Like he can keep everything where it is. But the concept here is, what is your go-to? What is your bread and butter, right? What are your positions on the court? Every great player, in my opinion, every great player that I've studied has like 6 to 9 positions on the court. They're called spots. If you heard this thing, get to his spots. Melo had spots. LeBron had spots. Michael had spots. All these guys, they have spots on the court. Now, you train rigorously in the offseason. You design offenses to get guys in their spot. Now, this is actually, weirdly enough, I really wish we had had Darko 5 years ago when we were developing Pascal. He might have developed better and I think if we had had Jama here while he was developing, he might have developed better. And if we hadn't lost Patrick Mutombo, he might have developed better. Because what Pascal doesn't have is spots. He doesn't have, he is the disaster case of Scotty Barnes. This is like when you build a car, this is like the prototype. Like you have a big initiator who is not elite anywhere. You understand? Like Giannis, elite in the paint, right? He's elite. Elite in transition, elite in the paint. You can't stop him. He's going to do that. And you can't stop him from getting to the basket. And if he gets one step past you, 3-point line, he's gone. Like he's at the rim in the basket. That is elite offense, right? Now, as much as, certain writers want to convince you that Pascal Siakam's bread and butter is the post up, it's not. He's never been able to do it consistently. I checked his numbers from the last year and the year before. It's not like great. It's not good. It's okay. It's okay. It's just like a Fred VanVleet pick and roll. It's okay, right? You need to have spots on the court and play styles in which you are elite. Luka is elite in the mid post, pinch post area. He's elite. He can shred you from there. You can build an entire offense around him from there. So the goal right now is if Scotty can do 3 things, and I have a feeling I know what those 3 things are. And if you take a moment to indulge me, I will tell you what those 3 things are. Number 1, spot up shooting. Above the break, corner threes, spot up shooting. Not a lot of self-generation necessarily, but maybe 1 dribble, 2 dribble, get your game. Keep it confident, keep it light, right? You saw him do it today. You see him so excited when he's shooting that shot. You see him so happy. You see him smiling after that shot. I wondered aloud when he was smiling, is this because he knows how many people said he could never do this? Or is it because he's thinking about all the hours he had to put in to actually do it? It's very interesting. That's number 1. Number 2, and this is like transition. You can exploit this anywhere. Transition, half court, doesn't matter. Spot up shooting, spot up shooting. So what you're not doing, however, with Scotty is you're not trying to turn him into a movement shooter. Does that make sense? You're not bringing him off like 3 picks and having him curl off the corner and then trying to he's not going to be Grady Dick, right? So you're trying to turn him into a different type of shooter, like a Karl Anthony Towns or Mikal Bridges type. Like you're not turning him into Kevin Huerter. You understand? It's a different shot diet. It's not going to be Klay Thompson and Steph Curry, right? Different shots. So how do you generate that shot at a significant advantage for your team's offense? Well, 38 to 40% 3-point shooting on those opportunities would be a great place to start. Now, obviously, now from 40%, now you have a building block to try and become a 43% or 44% type of 3-point shooter. Is that out of the cards for Scotty Barnes? No, it's not. He's a very big player. He's not easy to contest, and he can drive past you. So there's probably a lot of reasons why you would maybe not want to do that. It says device is not connected. So just connect your mic or your camera before you can add them to the screen, it says. Okay. Hello. Mic or your camera before you add them to the screen, it says. Okay. Hello.
Is it okay now?
Add them to the screen. You have to turn off the YouTube.
Hello. Is it okay now?
You have to turn off the YouTube.
Yeah.
Is it okay now? It's like an endless loop. of hearing myself talk. That's funny. Okay. Do we have you now? Hello? Hello? Okay, I'm just going to keep talking, and if perchance you're able to connect, that would be great. Yeah. So the point here is to become to get elite offense like that, like Nikola Jokic spot up above the break, threes, like how he is shooting. Like I think he was shooting close to 40% last year. If Scotty can get there in that would be one play type. Second play type, I believe, will be as a pick and roll ball handler. He has a lot of advantages as a pick and roll ball handler. We're already seeing the evolution of Scotty as a pick and roll ball handler. He has tons of advantages. Number one, he's tall. He can see over the defense. Number two, he's actually big. He can go into the defense. A lot of bigs are not used to guys who are this big handling the basketball. It actually throws them off the rhythm. And he's able to go right into even big shot blockers like Brook Lopez and Miles Turner. Will be very, very difficult for them to deal with the amount of space that he generates going downhill.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yes. Okay. I had some troubles
Super.
here. I'm not used to doing this over the phone, and it's 4 a.m. here, so you can understand I'm a bit sleepy too.
Yes, I understand. Yeah. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. As I said, I finally got to enjoy the Raptors game because some of these before were really frustrating. But
yeah,
at the end, this is really good, and I hope we'll get much more of this.
Yeah, I'm really happy that you could come on because I think more so than even me, you can talk more intelligently about some of the talking points around Toronto Raptors space right now. Namely, because I think just from our conversations, I can tell you understand basketball really well. A lot of people here have been very, very, very critical of Darko Rajakovic's offense through the first 12 games. A lot.
Yeah,
have you heard
that.
it? You've
Yes.
seen that, yeah? And
yeah, of
I
course.
I'm holding my tongue. I'm getting very mad. How much do you think critique if you can say, how much criticism do you think is warranted? And what would you say to people who are critical of his offense right now?
Well, first we have to know this is not some new offense, something that the Darko just made up. This open five offense, because it's something that is basically always played in Europe. That's perfectly normal way of thinking about basketball. Sharing the ball, quick thinking, a lot of cutting, a lot of movement, and that's what he's trying to instill. Now, it's not easy in the NBA because it's a totally different mindset in the players, and it's pretty difficult to be a European coach in the NBA if you know what is a head coach in European clubs, where he has a lot more responsibility and
control
and a lot more authority.
Mm-hmm.
While this is, of course, NBA is the players' league.
Absolutely.
And so it's just much harder to expect the biggest stars to just buy in. It's not easy even to Pascal to buy in something that is obviously not going to work for him the best, to bring the best of him. Although it can bring the most for the team.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if he's ever going to buy in. I'm sure that he's just not the perfect fit with Scotty, and we could really use some other pieces for him. But basically, it's not easy to change the mindset in such a short time. This is just the beginning. This is a changing of the mentality, the mindset of the team, and you need time to get everyone in line. The most
Yeah,
important thing is that Scott is in line, and
exactly.
since everything is resolving around him, that just has to be a good thing, right?
Yeah, I think this is important, right? Your star has to buy in. Now, there's a lot of confusion in this part of the world, unfortunately, on who the star is. And I'm just going to let that just take care of itself. Honestly, it's like the Fred thing. I knew Fred was going to leave. I mean, I would never build an entire brand around hating a player that I thought was going to be here for 5 years. Like, I don't think I could ever. That would be very bad business practice. So I had a very good intel into, Fred's off-season plans and felt he would leave. And now once again, like having this idea that they're building this thing around Scotty. And now it's just a matter of like not wasting it because, like I think most people would agree that they weren't expecting this much this soon from him. Like, would you think that's fair? Like he's been fantastic. Like his numbers are like his analytics are beyond Steve Nash when he won MVP. His numbers are like flashing. Like I know he's not the player Steve Nash was, and I know he's not because he's giving you so much defensively that he's making up for whatever he's not giving you offensively as an aggregate sum. So his overall impact metrics are insanity. Like they're top 6, top 7, top 8 in the NBA. And we measure offense and defense. We don't measure it equally, unfortunately, in the media. Like they measure offense as more. But analytics try to measure as equally as possible. And per the analytics, he's basically 0.5 Jokic right now.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I didn't go that much into the analytics, but there's also partly there's an eye test because you see what he's capable of doing.
Yeah.
And in the interview during the summer, Darko did say that he wants to try him in a more Jokic-like role, right?
Yeah.
And the thing he said today in the press conference about developing 2 or 3 things.
Yep.
I want to see if he's going to go in that direction. That's what I.
What would the
I thought,
2 or 3 things be for you as someone who's watched so much of Scotty? So I was going and offering my 3 things. My 3 things would be kind of the pinch posts, not isolation scorer package, but like the Luka package in the post, being able to bully people and, clear the weak side and empty side and just really shred the defense as a passer. But if they don't collapse, then shred them as a scorer. Second would be spot up shooting, and third would be pick and roll ball handling. If I was, working with Scotty, coaching Scotty, this would be the 3 things, and I would just drill this all day. But I'm curious what your 3 things would be.
Yeah, the Luka thing really makes sense in this case because Scotty also isn't the fastest player in the court, and but he can control his body, and he has a lot to control, of course.
Yeah.
So I can see him in that kind of role, but also I'd like, as I said, I'd like to see him in a more of a role like Jokic, where he's basically the hub operating from the high post on and maybe from outside of the 3-point line. But of course, that depends of the team. If we could have players more like the Nuggets, of course, that would be much easier. We have some pieces that could fit in that mold. For example, I always thought that Precious, I still have very high hopes for him, that he could be something like Aaron Gordon to Jokic.
I think so too. Yeah, I go in and out on him because just how wildly inconsistent he was, but then I forget how wildly inconsistent young Aaron Gordon was. If they actually have an Aaron Gordon type in Precious, and certainly today he very much looked like one, then they certainly will regret not extending him.
Yeah, and it's
because he'll be worth a lot of money next off season if he keeps doing this.
We agree that Precious is not the highest IQ player on the team, but I
Putting
think
it
that we
very
can agree.
kindly.
Yes, very kindly.
But see, this
But
is the thing. This is the difference between you and I. See, I would say he's dumb. See, this is the American in me as well. So yeah,
yeah, I know. I like Precious, so
yeah,
I try to go easy on it.
yeah.
But I wanted to say that we can agree the same about Gordon, especially young Gordon. Not
Sure.
really high
Yeah,
IQ player. So
but he's
he
better
just had
now.
to.
He's a little bit better now. He's like
He's better now because he has a more understanding of what he needs to do.
It's
You
also
just have
structure.
to basically tell him you have to do 2 or 3 things: dunk spot, corner threes, and defense, and that's basically it. I
Yeah.
think Precious is perfect for that role, but he needs to go to have more consistency to do that, and the rest of the team also have to be smarter players, so you can tolerate one of these guys, right?
Yeah, we have a rule around this channel. It's called the one dummy rule. You can only have
Yeah,
one dummy on
agree.
the court. If you have two,
Agree.
they get in trouble. That's actually a great rule also for the road. If you think about it, you can have one bad driver on the road. The minute you have two, you have a car crash, right? Think about
True.
it. Like on the highway, you have this person swerving in and out. Everyone manages to avoid them. The second they find a second bad driver, it's a car crash. So it's like, yeah, like I mean, and I think I know he's not new to basketball because he played Montverde, he went to Memphis. It's not like he picked up basketball but I feel like he's a little bit rawer than many at this age. Like when I'm watching Trace Jackson, for or Brandon Pajemski, guys who are a little bit younger than him, Trace Jackson Davis and Brandon Pajemski play for the Golden State Warriors. I am finding them to be far, far more polished basketball players as rookies than Precious is right now. I'm looking at guys like Casey Wallace, and I'm like, yep, basketball IQ is definitely a lot higher than Precious Achua. Chet Holmgren, whoa, way, way higher. So I'm looking at guys who are 19, 20, 21, 22 that are and are rookies that are much higher basketball IQ players than him right now. So I'm just curious if at some point it just clicks for him, because he doesn't strike me as a dumb person. Like, he strikes me as a really smart person. Like, there were certain people where you listen to them talk and you're like, this guy's never going to understand this. Like, he's never going to get it, right? He's never going to get the professionalism of it. But with Precious, you get a feeling like he's smart. I don't know. I don't know why I've always felt that way, but I feel like he's smart. But he's just really. I wonder if you're right. Just simplify his role. Like
Yeah,
today,
maybe he just needs more focus. Maybe he has trouble focusing, and that's the problem. You can see that on court on more than several occasions, every game mostly.
yeah, absolutely. I mean, I wonder if God, that's such a valuable player type, isn't it? A versatile defensive wing who can shoot potentially. I mean, I always go back to this 3-month stretch that Precious flashed, and I like to do this with young players. I look to, especially in the rookie year, second year, I like to filter out. I like to rank all their games from 1 till however many games they played. I basically cut out the first best 5. I just cut that out completely. It doesn't matter to me. And then I look at games 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, provided they played a reasonable sample, maybe 70 games. And I draw a slash line through the middle and I say, this is the potential. It's an interesting strategy that a scout taught me like 10 years ago, and I've always stuck with it. And it's how I would have been able to see how good Scotty was going to be last year, even when a lot of people were saying he wasn't going to be very good, because you saw how big the jumps were in those good games. So just cutting out the first 5 is just cutting out the outliers, the statistical outliers, and that's just good practice. And I always think back to good Precious games. And there's been so many of them, like so many little flashes of brilliance where he looks like the best defender in the world for half a quarter. He's just shutting down everything. He's shutting down angles. He's moving his feet like in this, like he's got a lot of the same tools that Asar Thompson has defensively, strength, length, size, quickness, shifty, bursty athlete. I don't know. I pray that he works out. I remember I made a video last year. It was I think that he's the X factor. Like if he breaks, everything breaks. You know, he's
Yeah,
so high
exactly.
potential. Yeah.
If you have a guy that's just for certain for your rotation, and him
Yeah.
that's just priceless. You have him 20 minutes in a game, and if you knew he won't fuck up, I'd sign him for life.
You'd sign him for life.
If I could know,
Man,
if I could
this
know,
is
I
like
could
this is
have
the number one quote on Precious after "You're mine." Masai Ujiri, "You're finally mine." You know. Oh, I mean, I've learned to trust Masai Ujiri's
you have
eye
to
as
have
a
that type
scout.
of player in your team, and if you can get 20 good minutes of him, that's just priceless.
Yeah,
I don't know
I
how
think
much.
maybe like I don't know what they'll eventually trade Siakam for, but I have a let's say nudgy feeling that they will eventually trade him because he doesn't really fit the timeline or the play style as you mentioned.
Agreed.
I think Precious might be, you know, potentially if he can develop, I think he'll make that process a lot easier. That you don't have to get a big back, that he just fits right in.
Of course, that's what I'm hoping for.
Yeah, because he is like his upside potential is better. You know, that sounds crazy to say because Pascal's two-time All NBA, whatever. But his functional athleticism, force, defensive tools, whatever, he has all the same tools. It's just weirdly more guard oriented. He moves like a guard, but he also moves like a big. I don't know how to explain it. Like his movement patterns are very interesting. I think all of basketball is about movement coordination, hand-eye coordination. This is why Luka was always going to be great, and people were just like, "No, he's not." And it's just like, bro, you're not seeing how coordinated this guy is. He's always on balance. He never falls over. Like, you cannot stop this type of player. With Precious, it feels like some of the moves that he makes, like especially in transition where he beelines or does like a little bit of a cut and misdirection, it's like, wow, how are you supposed to stop this? I saw it even in high school. It's like, holy shit, like this guy is really an athletic one of one type of guy. So if that turns into Aaron Gordon 2.0, I'll be very happy. To the Darko point of the equation, you know, Darko Rajakovic, and you know you did the interview with him, and thank you for that. That was very, I think our community really appreciated it. So thank you for setting that up. That was really cool.
You're welcome, and thank you for sharing with the community.
Yeah, I wanted people to give him a fair chance because I saw this coming. I saw this coming.
It was always coming.
Yeah,
no, coming.
I saw the struggle coming.
If we had 13-0, of course, it wouldn't be coming in any other case.
Yeah.
I mean,
like,
you know, you have growing pains, and he's easy targets. You know,
he is easy target because he's so honest, right? He admits when he's wrong. He accepts responsibility. He tells you sort of like, I mean, I don't want to say he's completely honest, capping quite a few times there, but as politically honest as he can be, he is. Like, he takes responsibility, and he's a very like passionate guy. And I don't know, maybe that makes him an easy target, but also he's foreign. And I think that makes him an easy target too. His concepts are foreign to people who don't understand basketball. You know, there are people here who literally think that dribbling 25 times and then launching a contested two while falling out of bounds is a great basketball process.
Yeah,
and
of course, that's what I'm getting to.
Yeah, like they'll never understand that. Like, and I like that you said like, oh, that he did not invent this style of basketball. Yo, honestly, how did the Raptors play when they won the championship? Very, very similar to 0.5 basketball. Come on, like Marc Gasol,
because they had great passers and people who can think real fast, and
yeah,
in that case, it's easy to play.
Yeah, and I mean, like, what person in the world would see a pass and then milk the advantage and not make the pass? Like today, there was a play where Malachi has the ball and his team is darted up the floor, and they've beat the Pistons up the floor, and he takes 2 extra seconds to gather, and Scotty's yelling at him to pass. And then once he passes to him, Scotty sprints up again, but by now the advantage is lost. If Malachi had seen it, what advantage could there be to not make the pass? So Kyle Lowry always saw it. So there was even a play, if I remember correctly, it was Scotty pitches ahead to Siakam, Siakam to OG, or Siakam to somebody, and they dunked. So Siakam got the assist. But really, that started with the pitch ahead from Scotty. And that's all 0.5 is. It's thinking a little bit faster to generate an advantage, or finding an advantage and then milking the advantage and accelerating the advantage. And I feel this is actually not even 0.5 basketball, but just basketball. Who would not play this way? Everyone would play this way. Everyone should play this way. I can't even imagine not playing this way. Like it's
0.5 is
counterintuitive.
just a fancy name. This is just it's just the basics of basketball. Nothing else.
Absolutely. Like every European player I've ever played with always played this way. Roko Leniukic, like all those guys, they always like they were always doing this. This concept of passing the ball and then just standing there is crazy to me. Watching someone do this and then not cutting away or setting a screen or doing something, or seeing a completely open paint and seeing your teammate trapped and then not cutting into space, like absurd. Like you cannot, like how can anyone do this? And I don't feel like I watch other
Just
teams.
like isolation. One guy plays, four guys just stand.
Have you? Are other teams playing this way? Like I feel like I watched the Detroit Pistons. They kind of play this way. I guess bad teams play this way. I don't see any good teams playing this way. I don't see Boston playing this way. I don't see Denver playing this way. This 0.5 thing that, this is the problem. Like our media I don't think our media understands basketball. So they've termed 0.5 as the offense. 0.5 is not the offense. It's not even the offense at all.
It's a principle.
It's just a principle within the offense. Anyways, and it's funny because I reached out to one of these media people and I was just like, can you please stop calling it 0.5 offense, because you're kind of like misrepresenting what it is. And he's just like, well, that's how people understand it. I'm like, then you have a responsibility as media person to explain what it is. And I'm just kind of sick and tired of screaming about it. But they feel that the ball was taken out of Siakam's hands and his usage was very low in the first 7 games. And now we have media people saying that we need to run the ball through Siakam in the post to generate half-court offense, because our half-court offense has been so poor. And I've been very much against this, largely because I think that in order to run a post-hub offense in 2023, you need to be a really great passer or a really great post player. But you can't be neither. And you ideally should be both.
Exactly.
How would you build this offense? I'm just curious.
Well,
like what,
as I said,
even lineup stuff. Like for instance, like there's like the Scotty plus bench lineup, with Grady and potentially, Garrett. Would you consider doing Siakam with that lineup, or can you see maybe some kickback to that?
Well, I wouldn't mind seeing it, because if he wants the ball, then it's best to give it to him while he's with the backup lineup, right?
That's exactly what I'm
While
thinking.
Scotty is not on the court.
Yeah, and it would actually boost, but it would hurt his numbers.
But you still need to surround him with shooters, just like Scotty, and we don't have those
just
enough.
like Jakob, just like Schroeder.
Yes,
they all need shooters.
Yes.
Yeah,
it would be much easier if Grady could hit anything, but I'll give him time.
Yeah, I'm not out on him at all. Like I've seen so many shooters like struggle. I actually flashed the other day. I created a live where I showed people the first 20 games of Jermaine O'Neal, Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, I've seen it, but I would be more interested to see the comparison with more players like him. For example, JJ Redick, maybe.
But JJ Redick wasn't like him. See, that's the difference. So JJ Redick was more
maybe wrong
physically
example,
developed.
but what I want to say, just more players similar to him. Yeah, basically shooters, maybe with another additional skill. But
so I'll tell you why I chose those 3 players. I chose those 3 players because I was trying to think of why he's struggling. I thought he was struggling because he jumped a level too early. that he wasn't NBA ready and that he's not physically ready for the NBA. He's getting bumped a lot. There's usually that's a good sign that you're fouling a lot is when you're not physically or like you're not seeing the game fast enough and you're not physically able to react to it fast enough. Typically a sign that you need more time in the weight room and more reps. So typically I was thinking of like really young players who came into the league before they were ready. And so I wanted to focus on guys like Kobe, Jermaine O'Neal, guys like this, because not because I think that Grady is going to become Jermaine O'Neal or Kobe Bryant, but rather because they struggled for the same reasons that I think he's struggling. But you're right. I mean, but it's hard to think of players like this jumping early because they usually don't. Guys like Keegan Murray, Joe Wieskamp, they stay for 4 years. Can you think of a player that jumped early into the NBA that was physically underdeveloped, was coming off the bench, getting spot minutes like this? Like Kevin Huerter?
I haven't really thought about it, but maybe Huerter is a good example. But I wanted to say that a lot of players that are known as great shooters have not been really prominent in the first couple of years. For example, Kyle Korver.
Right.
I think you have a bunch of others. So maybe McDermott.
Sure, Drazen. I mean, he was good,
okay.
but he was buried.
It was a different story with him, of course. But yeah, you can count him in too. But basically, I'm saying that maybe young shooters just need more reps to get consistently to the next
What about
level.
Peja? Did he do well? Because I also showed Dirk Nowitzki. I thought Dirk Nowitzki was the best example because Dirk Nowitzki was playing small forward. He was,
but Peja
he's
came later.
tall, but he was yeah, sure, he's teenager, but he's teenager too. He's 19. He's turning 20 tomorrow.
No,
physically,
Peja was older when he came.
That's yes, Peja was how old? 23.
I think, but definitely more than 19.
For sure.
He came as a pro, just like Drazen, who they both came as basically finished players. You know, they just needed reps and to advance.
Yeah, I mean, yes, for sure. He was huge too. I think I told you he was my girlfriend's first cousin.
Who?
Peja.
Oh yeah. Yes, you told me.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I think he'll be fine, man. Like I am looking more with Grady. I'm looking like, is he getting the shots that he wants? There was one play today which kind of concerned me towards the end of the game where he kind of like drove and shot it off the side of the backboard. This to me is just like, this is games so fast, athletes so fast. You know, I was not expecting this, to be honest. Like I wasn't expecting him to struggle this much this early. But as long as his work and process is good and he loves the game, I have no reason to believe he will not be good very soon. Maybe within a year.
I agree.
Yeah.
Not the first, not the last, who took time to develop. And you said it yourself. He's only 19. He's still far from physically ready for the NBA. And,
well, he's 20. He's 20 tomorrow. So then we know now he's done. Finished.
Yeah, exactly.
Finished product.
He's a bust.
20. He's a bust. Yeah. No, I think also the other thing with Grady that he's struggling with is he was more of a transition 3-point shooter above the break. So a lot of his shots at Kansas were coming off of movement above the break. And I was looking at that and I was like, he's not so great from the corners. And they're parking him out almost exclusively at the corners and saying sink or swim. And he's struggling. Some guys are like this. They're just really, really good from left side, right side, corner, top, whatever. And I think maybe they're doing things right now, which are very interesting because to me, these are development things that you do as a lottery team. You know, putting guys on the wrong side of the court is something I would preach if I was, okay with losing some games in the process. And I think maybe that's exactly what the Raptors will do. I think they will not sacrifice development at the cost of winning. But I think the thing that I presented earlier was I think you might be closer to winning than we realize. I think it's not so far away. I don't think it's so far-fetched. It feels really far-fetched because we're one game under 500. We just lost to the Boston Celtics. We lost to the Philadelphia 76ers. But I think that this jump that Scotty has taken is real, and they can continue throughout the year. And maybe by mid-season, he's like a different player because he's continuing to work. You know, he's still doing work like after games, between games. Like when they had, I think, 10 games, 9 games off, like you better believe he was working with his trainer for sure during that time. So even now with the mid-season tournament, like there's going to be spaces between, and he's going to continue to develop every day. He's getting better. And at this pace, like if he's fundamentally different player, at what do you do with Pascal Siakam? I guess that's the final question for you. I'll let you go after that. But what would you do? What would you trade him
It all
for?
depends. It all depends, of course. That's why this Darko quote was really important, I think, because he says we still need to decide how to develop in what directions. So you can try to opt to develop him in the direction to fit better with Pascal. That is an option. That is not an option that I would prefer, but it is an option. So maybe they still haven't given up on both of them together. But I still think sooner or later, and I'm pretty sure it will be sooner, that Siakam will get traded, and we don't have to worry about it after that, right?
Yeah. No, it's interesting that you say that. I mean, that it could work, that you could, and I mean, it's an abundance of riches, right? If you do get Precious to pop as a small ball center, who's certainly capable of rebounding, shot blocking, and doing all the things that centers do. Obviously, I have a lot of hope for Christian Koloko to be that player, but certainly more the merrier if you think about it, because they can both technically shoot better than Jakob can. Then having a bigger playmaker, initiator, who operates more in the mid post, high post, I just think it gets in Scotty's way. Personally, I'm just of that.
That's what I'm saying. I think
he's the one who
would
needs
be
to develop a
developing
spot up. You know, like he's the one who needs to develop transition, spot up, all that stuff. And as you said earlier, maybe it's just too late. Maybe it's just too late. If you had both of these players at 22, that would be gold mine. Like now you have absolutely hit gold mine, because now you can develop them in tandem with each other, so they can actually play with each other. But Siakam has already been sort of molded into like a really inefficient version of what you could.
They molded him into something they needed at that moment to be a complementary player to Kawhi, right? And
yeah, but then after that, they tried to mold him into a big playmaker. So they molded him into Kawhi's replacement. They tried to mold him into this DeRozan Kawhi hybrid. You know, like he's mid post ISO. I mean, if you remember championship
they
run,
tried to mold him into the best thing that they could imagine, because he still was the best clay to mold in the team, right? Who did you try to mold, if not Siakam, in the last few years before Scotty, of course?
OG.
Okay.
I know. Okay. Look, I love him. I think he sees the game like really well, and he's younger. So I would have poured my development dollars into OG personally.
Yeah. It would be smart to go in that direction, but this was logical in that moment, I feel.
No, that's fair. And also, like, you know, his play, it's so weird how like these gaps become so widened through experience, you know. There's a book, God, it's called Outliers. Have you read it? I think it's called Outliers by Malcolm Gladwell. And in it, he's talking about this consistent pattern of particular pro teams being made up of players who are born earlier in the year because they had competitive advantages earlier in competition. So when you're 8 years old, being January born versus being December born of the same year gives you like 6 inches of height, you know, 4 inches of height, 10 pounds of weight, a little bit like 10% strength. And you're picked to represent your country or to represent a club or whatever. And this additional training at that age, additional experience at that age can drastically boost. And if you keep getting it for 3-4 years, and someone else keeps getting deprived of it for 3-4 years, 4 years later, you are like 100 times better than that player. You know what I mean?
Of course.
So
Of
that championship run, OG not being able to play, not having that experience, that year just being so tough for him with his father passing, I think it was the appendectomy and everything that went wrong with him, just missing out on that experience. And he was such a good player for us and such an important part of our experience. Not playing him in the finals because they didn't want to disrupt the rhythm that they'd already built up, and there was a lot on the line, and God forbid, he costs you a game and then the series, you'll never live it down. I fully understand. But I wonder if missing so much time that year, that the biggest casualty of Kawhi really was OG's development that year. I don't know if I'm right.
Of course it was. It goes without saying. I mean, you remember that before the trade, we all hoped that OG will be the next Kawhi, right? It was the comparison.
Yep.
And I was really, I actually, when the rumor started about Kawhi, I'm sure we have to give up OG. I was shocked that we haven't. I was, of course, shocked that we gave up DeMar, but we kept OG. That it didn't make much sense at that moment, but after this, he was
disruptive. His ascent was somewhat like curved that year, and that 1 year that you cost the player at age 22 is so important. This is why I was fucking screaming last year about this Fred VanVleet stuff, how they were sort of like freezing Scotty out of the offense because I'm like, not again. We're gonna have this shit happen again. Okay, last time it was for Kawhi and Danny Green. It makes sense, but now for Fred and Pascal, no. These 1 years, like losing a year between the ages of 16 and 25 for whatever reason, whether it be a torn ACL or something, OG lost 2 years. One was the injury at Indiana, and then one was all the shit that he went through. And I just believe that if he doesn't get injured in Indiana, number one, he's probably a top 7 pick. If he's a top 7 pick, he's developed as a starter, big time all-star type future right from the gate. So instead of, 5th starter utility forward guy, like kind of like given more reps, more run, more opportunity, more freedom within the offense. He's never really been able to do that. He's never been able to sort of feel himself out as a player. I think that's partially on him too. I was really happy to see him. Go ahead.
Even when we had the bench mob, he was the only of the young guys in the starting lineup.
He was a starter. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Why?
And
he's such a great defender.
Of course, because they needed him for defense, not for the offense. He was the
but they also needed him to shoot. They also needed him to shoot. So they basically made him PJ Tucker. And now they're living with the consequences of that development plan because ultimately he needed more. And in a really weird way, if you just change one thing, if you put Pascal in the starting lineup and force him to shoot threes like he was, and then you give OG run with the bench mob and say, go create offense, do crazy shit, go to the G League. Siakam was given G League run. He was given tons of G League time. OG was too important. He was needed because we needed someone to defend. Mm-hmm. This OG thing, like what we did to OG's development, I don't think the casual fan will ever understand, but it's very similar to what we did to Scotty's development last year. Fit in, plug in, it doesn't matter. We'll figure it out later with you. You'll grow how you'll grow. And it's like young players never grow this way. They never grow this way. You need to give them these reps. You need to give them reps handling the ball, make the mistakes, do it. You cannot just have a guy setting picks for Fred VanVleet for 2 years and then just magically expect that they're going to become Luka Doncic. It never works this way. So yeah, I think there's so much this fan base doesn't understand about like just development paths and how coaching. So I'm just happy that Scotty has Darko. Yeah, more than anything, yeah. I'm happy they have each other actually. Yeah,
absolutely. They're a great fit. They're great for each other. And that was a really great take about OG. I never thought about it that way, but yeah, he was the victim of a development because he was too good in one thing to try to develop other things.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. He bought in, right? He bought in. He allowed himself to be, center, power forward, small forward, and I'm like, oh my god,
whatever
Scotty,
you need.
Scotty, same thing. A perfect teammate. Oh, you need me to guard centers? Okay, perfect. You need me to start point guard? It's perfect. Why do you think Scotty is so confused about the player he's supposed to be right now? He's been used everywhere.
That's one thing that really got on my nerves last season, as far as the critics of Scotty, that he didn't work, that he didn't really develop. You could see the development on a game basis. For example, you remember the Bucks game? We lost in the overtime after trailing 20 something in the last few minutes.
Yeah.
And then Scotty took over. It took him 3 quarters to figure out how can he be effective in that game. He was playing center that game, and Brook Lopez was his matchup. Yep. He was trying to figure how he can attack him, and he figured it in the 4th quarter. And then he went to work and basically scored it well.
Yeah.
So you could see that he's trying to adapt to new situations, and the new situations just kept coming every game. So of course you can see the development in something if you can't see it repeating on a regular basis, because he needs to do different stuff every game, and that's not easy. And that's what's timing his development. But actually, he just didn't have to have a chance to show it on a regular basis.
I fully agree. It was like when I was looking at his analytics, it was like if I could express it as a very basic 1-2 1-2 1-2. His first year was like +2 -2 0 +2 +3 -2 -3, like this, you know. Second year was like +10 +6 -12 -18 +18. Like, it was really, really weird.
Wow.
And we're talking box plus minus here. So the games that were good were like, what the fuck? I just watched a superstar. The games that were bad were like, this guy shouldn't be in the NBA. He should be like in G League. Like, what the hell is this? You know, it was so bad. And it was hard to reconcile between those extremes, because you're really having to pick how you want to look at the numbers. Do you want to look at it optimistically and say, oh my God, if he can do this against Giannis and Brook Lopez? I think for the Raptors, they just had to identify what is actually the problem that is stopping him from doing this +16, +12, +13 shit every single night. And I think it was his role, the coaching staff, trust, health, a lot of things last year. But I'm happy to see Scotty blowing away expectations this year. I suspect at some point this fan base will wake up to the player that they're watching. I don't expect that to happen overnight, unfortunately, because he's not, like, you see like the reaction to Scotty. The first time that people really was like, oh wow, was the San Antonio Spurs game. Do you know why? 2 things. Number one, it looked how they expect superstar to look: step back 3, 3-pointers, etc. Right? It didn't look the Scotty way or the Jokic way or the Luka way. The second, well, Luka is actually very superstar, like maybe the Jokic way, Şengün way, Scotty way. The other thing is the media was going crazy about him. Everyone in the world was like, wow, wow, wow. Then they were like, okay, we get it. We have a superstar. So I think like once the media catches on to his catch-all analytics, that he's top 6, top 7, they'll start talking about him in different conversations. They'll start seeing him listed above Cade, above Paolo in certain rankings. And then their brains will probably just adjust to, oh, he's good now. I think it's also like how he's been covered by the American media.
He needs more marquee games, you know, because
you're right.
Everyone came to see Wemby in that game, right?
Fact.
Whoever tuned to that game over the world, outside Toronto, and of course Raptors fans, they all came just to see Wemby, and they saw another superstar. And it's easy to remember that in that kind of situation. You came to see one guy, but the other guy gets the effect you expected.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, that carves into people's memory, and he'll need to have a few more of those games, and I think he'll start to get his flowers.
I think so too. I think so too. I think 20 points per game helps just as a visual reference for people. I shudder to think what will happen if he does come out and score 7-8 points. I just dread it every game. This is so weird. Like, I don't care. Any other superstar, Luka could come out and score 8. I don't care. I don't think anyone would give a shit. But with Scotty, it's all so new. And there's so many people who don't believe in it that even one sign of it lasts weeks. I don't understand. This fan base is so weird. Like, it's like most fan bases are looking for a reason to believe in their superstar. Like, if Cade had come out today and put up like 35 points, they would have been like, see, and everything he's done to this point would be washed out. If Scotty had come out, and put up 6 points today, they would have been like, see, it's like they want to believe he's not as good as he really is for some stupid reason. So I am looking forward to him and Darko.
The most of young superstars know. Everyone knows that they're young superstars. They don't have another former superstar in their team.
I don't know if Siakam's a superstar. That's the problem.
No, he's not. But he was designated as the guy, right? And now you have another one, and people still cling on the old one, and it's understandable. I mean, that's why he just needs time, right? Time to prove it on a daily basis, nightly basis, that he can produce, that he is the better player, and Darko's system definitely goes in his favor to show it.
That's a really good point. I didn't think of it that way. This would be a little bit like if you put, man, who's a really good young player? If you put Anthony Edwards on the same team as Kevin Durant, and then there was always a debate about who was going to be the final shot taker or something like that, But I mean, in that case, you're talking superstar to superstar, and here you're not. So like that, maybe that's just the whole adjustment.
Maybe you do have the right example, because you have Edwards and Cat as a former superstar of the team.
But that was the thing. Karl-Anthony Towns bought into it being Anthony Edwards' team in his rookie year. Literally at the end of his rookie year, he was like, yep, he's here. I get it. Anthony Edwards is like that guy. He's that guy. He'll walk into a locker room at age 20 and say, my shot.
He looks like that guy on the court. Everyone knows he's that guy. That's the difference. That's basically the only difference.
Yeah. No, for sure. Yeah.
But we'll see. Last season, we all thought that the Wolves are a really, really weird fit. This year,
it looks good because Rudy Gobert, and they're not freezing him out, and they've somehow sang Kumbaya, and he's playing well. Yeah, it's good. It's good to see. Yeah. Anyways, thanks a lot for calling, man.
I think we just need time, because look at it this way. Look at the big picture. We are 6-7.
True.
And we already had 2 games against Philly, 2 games against Boston, 2 games against Milwaukee. Three of the toughest teams. And we'll just in the first 13 games. So in the next 69 games, we'll have to play them only 6 more times. I think that looks pretty good.
That's true. Because we even got one against Milwaukee.
Exactly.
I really feel like it's so silly how we lost that last game to Boston, but whatever.
Agree.
Mistakes. But also, like, I mean, yeah, I looked at the schedule. I think next 20 games, most are against the East. This is good and bad, obviously. If this is a time that this team is really turning it around, this is great, because every team you're facing, you're getting 1 win, they're getting 1 loss. If you're winning, you're adding advantage. So I always
this is gonna be a big week.
Oh God, yes. I mean, shit. I mean, we're playing Orlando,
Indy, and Cleveland away, and I think the Bulls at home.
So you're playing Paolo Banchero. You're playing Tyrese Halliburton. Oh my God.
You're playing 3 of the best young and up and coming teams. If you want to be one of those teams, you have to beat them.
I mean,
so we'll see.
From the Scotty perspective, these are the marquee matchups, because he's often been compared to Paolo. So you know what? You want to prove you're better than Paolo? Go put up 50 on Paolo. I don't know. He doesn't strike me as a guy who thinks this way. I feel like, and a lot of my content creation and direction sometimes, because I know he sees some of it, is actually just like, I hope that he sees it and he's like, oh wow, really? You know, I hope
I think he
I'm putting
has
a couple ideas in his head, you know, like, oh, okay, like he sees me as like he sees me on the same level as Luca as a prospect. All right. Some people have been comparing me to Draymond. He's 20, 21, 22. You have to think about this, you know, who has a concept of who they're supposed to be at 20. And I just feel like with leaders like Fred, and no offense to anyone in this chat, but Pascal, who have like a vested interest in you becoming their role player buddy, right? Like you can get very easily lost in the weeds because no one, like I think I can speak for almost all pro sports. No 29-year-old, 28-year-old, 27-year-old ascending star wants some 20-year-old to come in and take all of their money, all of their limelight, all of their sponsorship dollars. You know what I mean? This is a competitive league. These guys know there's only so many max slots this team can offer without going into luxury tax, and there's only so many points that can be shot, only so many shots, only so many possessions. And so ultimately, if we can kind of edge this guy into becoming our little Draymond Green clone who's just going to do everything for us and pass the ball whenever we want, then naturally that would make sense. You know, if you're naturally wired to be selfish and short-sighted, this would be this thing. So creating this sort of like this channel to sort of egg on this, no, we will not settle for this, you know, Draymond 2.0 prototype. You're going to have to become a predator wing. You're going to have to do it. I have been so forceful about this because I don't want what happened to OG to happen to him. Because this is what happened to OG, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think actually Scotty has a pretty similar mindset to Jokic in the sense that he doesn't really care how much he's going to score. He just wants to win. He just wants his teammates to play well, to be happy, and that's about it. If he scores 10 points, who cares? But that kind of mindset, you know, it's troubling if you if everyone else just looks at how much he scored. And if 19 points per game is not enough, then you just can't have that mindset for now.
Yeah.
And expect to ascend to a superstar in everyone eyes.
Yeah, I think he just needs to have an impact. He can't just stand in the corner. He has to have an impact. Every play he has to have an impact. I had such an issue with his second quarter last game because he felt like he would just like I swear to God this actually happened. I'm sure you watched it. He was in transition and he passed to Jakob Poeltl backwards to bring up the ball. I'm like, bro, what? He passed to Precious Achua once. He passed to Precious today twice in the backcourt. It's like I understand why he's doing it because he feels like if he brings the ball up, he brings more attention to himself. If somebody else brings the ball up, he can come around. He can do something else for the team. He doesn't need to bring the ball up. They're pressuring him, whatever. But like stuff like that, and then he would just sit out in the corner and camp. So I was like, no, he can't do that. Jokic doesn't do that. Jokic doesn't just sit out in the corner and camp. He's forceful. He's very, very impactful. He's very involved. He doesn't need to score. He doesn't need to whatever, but he's doing something always, which I really appreciate. So I think Scotty just needs to learn what to do when he's not scoring. A little bit like, and that's so stupid to say because he clearly does so many things when he's not scoring. That's I take back what I said. Really what happens is he needs to stop having 2 minutes at a time where he's not doing enough. Like he loses focus, I think. Sometimes.
Yeah, I think that's more correct to say it.
Yeah. Like, and it's like today, I don't think he lost focus for 1 second. It was full focus, 1000%, all energy. And it's like, it's not even like, it's just, it's how dialed in he was. And I think he needs to bring this level of dial in because when one of your teammates is this dialed in, it's actually quite impossible to not be dialed in. So that's really leading by example on the court. Yeah. Anyways, Tony, thanks so much for calling in. It's late for you. It's I have now been up for like 27 hours in a row. I'm probably just gonna fall right after this. But it was so great to have you on, man. Really, really insightful and really enjoy our chat.
Yeah, of course, no problem.
Yeah.
I'll be happy to do it again when we have the chance.
Absolutely. Just shoot me a message or whatever. If you're watching a game, be like, hey, I can come on. We'll get you on earlier because I feel like 4 hours in, maybe some people will miss this, and I think people really need to. I think you can offer this from a different perspective that maybe some people need to hear. Yeah. So thanks so much for doing this, man.
No problem. I'm happy
Ciao.
to. Bye.
Ciao. Bye. Okay. Hate to say it. Scotty needs to be selfish. Yep. Absolutely. Agreed. Completely. Okay. We're bridging in on 4 hours. Oh my God. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna do a 40-minute live because I'm super sleepy and I can barely open my eyes. Man, you gotta appreciate the hustle and the grind. If you do appreciate the hustle and the grind, please do give this video a like. Salute Tony. Yeah, absolutely. Did I listen to Scary Hours 3? No, I am not a Drake person at all. I like Kendrick Lamar. I also like J. Cole. I also like The Weeknd. There's a lot of artists that like, man, but I can't even. Sorry, what is this? The Cult of Scotty Barnes. Yeah, go fuck yourself. All right. Kyle, are you being sarcastic? Can you let me know if you're also the God, what's that guy's name? Salvatore Russo, whatever, was waiting in the thing, but I wasn't gonna pull off Tony to bring on some troll, but yeah, whatever. Blandness. I don't understand this. Okay, cool. Sorry, man. It's been one of those lives where we've had like 100 people come in. I just needed to understand who's who for a sec. Anyways, I'll try to do a live tomorrow evening in which I will go through some of the data that I presented earlier a little bit more carefully. I had previously wanted to do a complete expose on how Pascal Siakam was single-handedly tanking the offense, but I feel like after his performance today, I really don't want to. So I think it would be disingenuous, given that he really, really did buy in today, to then go down that line and continue to do that. So I am just going to sleep. I'm going to sleep, and I'm going to do something else. All right. Anyways, Sal actually called in. Yes, he was waiting in there, but I did not let him on because I was still talking to Tony. Wow. Yawning. Good eye. Thank you so much, guys. Rob is very tired. Rob is about to fall over. Okay. I gotta walk my dog and then I'm out. Please, again, as I said, make sure to hit like and subscribe. We probably lost about, I don't know, 30, 40 subscribers over the last few days. No, don't worry. They didn't unsubscribe. I just booted them. So I mean, yeah, it's just about protecting your peace. I said it earlier. Like I don't want to get angry. I really don't. And I'm not really angry at this point. I'm just kind of like done. You know what I mean? Yeah. Good night. Take care, guys. See ya.